So good morning, and we are on item number 2 on the agenda, recognizing guests and visiting officials. At this time, I'd like to ask, do we have any delegates on the line who are not Law and Order Committee members?
Yes, Chair Charles Newton. This is Delegate Amber Cadence-Baltrati. Good morning, and good morning, Law and Order Committee members. Chairman Yazzie for the prayer.
Good morning, Shadeja Delegate Crotty. Thank you for joining Law and Order Committee this morning. Are there any other delegates who are currently on the line who are not Law and Order Committee members? Not hearing anything, I'd like to ask, do we have anybody from Judicial Branch who is on the line?
Good morning, Madam Chair. This is Karen Francis.
Good morning. This is Elaine Henderson.
Good morning, Ms. Henderson, and good morning, Ms. Francis. Thank you both for joining us at Law and Order Committee this morning. I would like to take this time to remind everyone that your phone should be on mute if you are not speaking. We have a zero tolerance rule here at Law and Order Committee, and that is, this is your first warning to let you know that your phone should be on mute. If your phone is not muted, we will hang up on you because you are interfering in the committee's business to conduct or to get work done on behalf of the Navajo Nation. So I'd like to remind everyone to make sure that their phone is on mute when they're not speaking. So we're going to go ahead and move on, and I'd like to ask, is there anybody from the President's office who is on the line?
Hello, good morning, Chair. This is Tamara Johnson with the Office of the President and Vice President.
Good morning, Ms. Johnson, and welcome. Are there any, is there anybody from the Department of Justice on the line? Not hearing anything, I'd like to ask, I know that we have BIA who is going to be presenting. Do we have anybody from the Bureau of Indian Affairs on the line?
Good morning, Yate, Shinandai, Charles Newton, Chair Delegate Charles Newton, Vice Chair, and committee members. This is Cheryl Curley, BIA. I believe we have Mr. Mahoja, who will be joining us shortly, Regional Director, and we have Superintendent Sosi on the line also. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Curley, for your presence and for letting us know on Law and Order Committee that BIA is present at this time. So with that, I'd like to ask, do we have anybody present from the Speaker's office on the line?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Law and Order Committee, staff, guests. This is Nikita Kirk, Legislative Staff Assistant from the Office of the Speaker. I am joining the call today. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Kirk. Do we have anybody from Office of Legislative Services on the line? I know we have Lorraine and Sherelle with us. Do we have anybody from Office of Legislative Counsel on the line?
Yeah, Shananta, Madam Charles Newton, Otto, honorable committee members and guests. This is Mr. Troy Cook. I'll be listening in this morning.
Good morning, Mr. Cook. I'm glad to hear you are still with us. Is there anybody else who would like to announce themselves who is on the line currently?
Good morning, Law and Order Committee. This is Walton Yazzie for the Chinle Chapter Government. Yate.
Yet a
Good
Madam,
morning, Mr. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry to, yet a Madam Chair, Patrick Atakai on the line.
Good morning, Mr. Yazzie and Mr. Atakai. Thank you both for joining us here at Law and Order Committee. So with that, we're going to go ahead and we're going to move forward to the next item on the agenda. And we have item number 3, which is review and adopt the agenda. Lorraine, can you read the agenda into the record, please?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee. Agenda of the Law and Order Committee, 24th Nomination Council, regular meeting through telecommunications, September 27th, 2021, 10 a.m. Presiding Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Chairwoman Honorable Altoso, Vice Chairperson. 1, call meeting to order, roll call and invocation. Number 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. Number 3, review and adopt the agenda. Number 4, review and adopt the journals for September 13, 2021 and September 20, 2021. 5, receiving reports. A, report from Walton Yazzie, Chapter Manager, Chinle Chapter, regarding the continuous break-ins and vandalism of the Chinle Solid Waste Station. B, report from Patrick Atakai, allotment landowner in Eastern Navajo, in regards to the Neck people with their leases on the Navajo Nation Land Peacemaking Program. Judicial branch and BIA will notified on this matter. Going to 6, old business. A, report from Larry Chief, Fire Chief, Navajo Nation Fire and Rescue Services on the fire department's agreement across the Navajo Nation. Main motion by Honorable Eugene So, second by Honorable Vince James. This report was tabled on 9/13/21 by Honorable Vince James, second by Honorable Eugene So, with a vote of 3-0-2. Mr. Chi is to gather all of the questions and respond at the next meeting on 9/20/21. The presenter did not call in on 9/20/21. Therefore, the report is back on the agenda and still on table status. A motion was made to recall the report by Honorable Autoso, but no one second his motion on 9/20/21. 7, new business. A, legislation number 0190-21, sponsored by Honorable Seth Damon. B, legislation number 0184-21, sponsored by Honorable Amber Knapsack-Crotty. 8, close the meeting, announcement and adjournment. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you for that, Lorraine. So with that, the agenda has been read into the record. Can I get a motion and a second?
Madam Chair?
Eugene So,
Auto So?
Honorable Eugene So makes the motion, second by Honorable Otto So. So with that, we're going to go ahead and I will ask the committee members, are there any questions, comments, or any amendments that need to be made to the agenda at this time?
Madam Chair?
Vice Chair Otto So, you have the floor.
Yes, I would like to move the Bureau of Indian Affairs report up front as report A. So that way we get the Bureau of Indian Affairs report out of the way and we go ahead and move on. Thank you. That can be my amendment.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Otto So. So with that, committee members, we do have a motion to amend the agenda to move the BIA report to item A on the agenda, to move it before the Chinle report. Can I get a second?
second, Delegate James.
Second made by Honorable Vince James. So with that, committee members, are there any questions or comments to this amendment? Not hearing anything, we're going to go ahead and take a vote on the amendment. This is Amendment 1 for the agenda. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Okay, Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Eugene Sell, how do you vote?
Oh, that is show.
Honorable Eugene Sell votes green. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 not voting, which is Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton not voting, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 not voting, we're going to go ahead and accept amendment number 1. We go back to the main motion, which is the motion on the agenda. Are there any other questions, comments, or maybe any other amendments that need to be proposed at this time? Lorraine, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Lorraine, can you go ahead and read the agenda back into the record with the amendment?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the LOC. So item B will be item A. So that report is from Patrick Atakai, allotment landowner in Eastern Navajo Agency, is supposed to be, in regards to connect people with their leases on the Navajo Nation land peacemaking program. Judicial branch and BIA were notified on this matter, so that becomes item A. And then item B will be report from Walton Yazzie, chapter manager, Chinle chapter, regarding continuous break-ins and vandalism of the Chinle solid waste station. Those will be the only 2 changes, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that reading, Lorraine. So with that, committee members, again, there were no questions, no comments, or any further amendments made. So we're going to go ahead and proceed forward to the roll call vote. Sherelle, can you assist us with that, please?
Okay, Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Eugene Sell, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene Sell votes green. Honorable Otto Sell, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto Sell votes green. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 not voting, the agenda hereby passes with the amendment to have BIA report before the Chinle report. So with that, we're going to go ahead and move on to the next item on the agenda, which is review and adopt journals. There is, I believe, 2 journals that have to be adopted. One is for September 13th, 2021, and the other is for September 20th, 2021. Committee members, these journals were emailed to us last week. I know that we had some issues with our email last week, and so I'm going to ask first, did the committee members receive the journals for September 13th and September 20th? Not hearing anything, I'm going to assume that the committee members did receive the journals. So committee members, we can do this 2 ways. We can go ahead and motion and second for the first journal for September 13th, 2021 and take a vote, and motion and second for the September 20th, 2021 journal and take a vote, or we can combine both the September 13th and the September 20th, 2021 journals together and take one vote on that. How would the committee like to proceed?
Madam Chair, both journals at the same time. I would prefer, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Delegate Yazzie. Would you like to make that motion to accept both journals?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair. Make the motion to combine both journals into one vote.
Motion has been made to accept September 13th, 2021 journal and September 20th, 2021 journal. Can I get a second?
Otto
Okay,
Motion made by Honorable Otto So, Vice Chair of Law and Order Committee. So we do have a motion and we have a second. Are there any questions or comments regarding the journals at this time? Not hearing anything, we're going to go ahead and proceed to the roll call vote. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Okay, Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Steve.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Oh, that is so.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with that, we have, with the vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 not voting, the journals for September 13th, 2021 and September 20th, 2021 is hereby accepted by the Law and Order Committee. We'll go ahead and proceed forward to item 5, receiving reports. We have the first report from Patrick Atakai, allotment landowner in Eastern Navajo Agency in regards to Diné people with their leases on the Navajo Nation land. Peacemaking program, the judicial branch and the BIA have been notified of this matter and are on the line, as was announced during the recognition of guests. So with that, Mr. Atakai, are you still with us?
I'm here.
Okay, Mr. Atakai, I know that this is your first time presenting to the Law and Order Committee. Let me go ahead and let me begin first with a motion and a second from the Law and Order Committee members.
Madam Chair, this is Edmund. I'll make the motion.
Motion made by Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Can I get a second?
Oh.
Committee member. Okay, so we have Honorable Eugene So that seconds the report. Mr. Atakai, let me explain to you the way that the Law and Order Committee does their process and the way that they move forward with our procedures here. So, Mr. Atakai, you will have 15 minutes to present your information. If you need an additional 5 minutes, you can ask the committee. And at that point, I will ask the committee members if there are any objections. If there are no objections, you get an additional 5 minutes to complete your presentation. When you are done with your presentation, what we'll do is, because we have BIA on the line, they want to hear, and we also have the judicial branch on the line as well, to hear what the concerns are regarding the allotment, and then also in terms of the issues that you're going to be presenting here today. When you're done with your presentation, we'll go ahead and turn the floor over to the committee members to ask questions. I will ask Mr. Atakai during that time. You can speak when you're called upon. You can also have up to 2 agents. So that means if you have 2 other people who want to speak as well, you all have to share that 15 minutes or that, the additional 5 minutes with each other. During this time, again, I will remind everyone who is on the line to make sure that your phone is muted so that you don't interrupt the presentation or you don't interrupt the questions or the comments that are being made. Mr. Adekai, before I turn the floor over to you, I'd like to ask you, do you have any questions regarding the procedure for today's committee meeting?
Madam Chair, I don't have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Adekai. So with that, we do have a motion and we have a second established. Mr. Adekai, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to you for your presentation.
A question? Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair Otto So Shinantai, and the Law and Order Committee members, Shinantai, Vince James, Honorable Edmund Yalzi, and Honorable Eugene So. Yate bin do yate Ado Hea, Hirate Shnil Shinantai. Dishe ya Patrick Adekai in Shia. To the chain in Slona could never chain. Kia on it as a chain. And that Chine da Shinala. What with the Nen Shlin Rede, Gallup, New Mexico, do, which you go, Archigo, Sla, Tratra, are the Ekihojon Holia. Are the Shia has lean. Although dying of Trat and he did Nego. Lanes are going to Dalia. Shide Yan Lake Dallas, Texas go. Are the East Trap. O are the Nashnisho. Nis Nana Hai. Although Adish Shalchin Blanchna. Esti das in el Holiete. BIA Badishnis. Na din hastra na Hai. Kade yan rei to Harris, New Mexico, Holier de Shalchin Tashugan. Ahia Nana Dole, Shinantai. Madam Chair, I thank you for making it possible for me to talk to you and your Law and Order Committee, as well as to those with jurisdictions and authority of the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch, Peacemaking Program, Navajo Nation Land Department, the Bureau of Indian Affairs,
Lorraine, this is Delegate Charles Newton. I can't hear Mr. Adekai. Am I the only one who can't hear Mr. Adekai's presentation?
Madam Chair, no. I believe you got off the line or something happened. Thank you.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Make sure we stop his time. Mr. Adekai, is that you?
Yes.
Okay, we'll go ahead and put 2 minutes on your clock again. You did drop off. The last thing that I heard was thank you for allowing me to present in front of your committee, and then you dropped off.
Wow, okay. Okay. And like I said, I thank you for making it possible for me to talk to you and your Law and Order Committee, as well as to those with jurisdictions and authority of the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch, Peacemaking Program, Navajo Nation Land Department, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and to our Diné people who are unpleasantly affected by the non-existence of the uniform probate proceedings for their residential and home site leases in both BIA and the Navajo Nation. This is making our Diné people to fight and argue among each other like my family is currently doing as we speak, to determine who those homes or grazing areas legally belongs to. This is the reason I'm sharing this information with you, to see if your Law and Order Committee and those with jurisdictions and authority can step up as leaders and be open to sound discussion with a solution that can be categorized in the form of a short-term relief or a long-term solution. Or maybe other alternatives will surface based on our discussion. For this reason, the help I have requested of you and your Law and Order Committee is seeking answers to 3 questions. Number 1, why our Diné people are left with no efficient, workable, easy, and effective probate system for a rightful and fair succession of inheritance for our Diné people's residential home site and other leases. Number 2, why the Navajo Nation Peacemaking Program, previous foundation of probate support for our Diné people, has gone away now going on 2 years. Number 3, why BIA does not probate residential and home site leases using the American Indian Probate Reform Act, which is referred to as APRA, which is already in place. Because of this, BIA Eastern Navajo Agency, Real Estate Services, and the Director of the Navajo Nation Land Department has reverted to the use of or quiet title in the family court of the Navajo Nation Judicial District for probating those leases. I think this is sad because it is apparent the non-existent uniform probate system has added to the ever-presence of the dreaded struggles and the frustration to continue making our Diné people feel unimportant. I stated briefly the Bureau of Indian Affairs issues residential leases on the allotment, but has no provision established to timely probate the leases. Instead, BIA branch of leasing requires the eligible heirs to go through the entire process of getting consent from many interest holders on the allotment. Oftentimes, eligible heirs have to visit 40 to 50 interest holders, including the Navajo Nation, to acquire a 51% of the interest holders' consent needed to obtain residential lease. To arrive at the BIA's 51% requirement is a head count of interest holders as opposed to ownership percentages BIA uses for big corporations to do business on Indian lands. Eligible heirs travel through primitive roads and deal with many unfriendly interest holders, and not to mention the expenses for food, vehicle wear and tear, and the fuel for their vehicle. What is most frustrating is trying to find interest holders who no longer lives at the BIA title status report shows. When the Navajo Nation Peacemaking Program was actively and totally involved, they used both peacemaking and Navajo common law by establishing the legal document through the Navajo Nation Judicial District for the BIA leasing services to make the changes to reflect and updated information on their records and reports. This is because the peacemaking program is aware that different concept of ownership of property still exists and practiced on the Navajo Nation. The net way of establishing ownership of property is passed on by word of mouth to a hand-picked relative rather than by a complicated and expensive method of using other than the Navajo Judicial Court for a legal binding document to show a legal ownership of property. That is why the Navajo Nation Peacemaking Program was so effective in playing an important role in this area as a buffer in solving problems in that way using the Navajo fundamental laws already in place. Because without an effective, efficient, and streamlined type of a system for probating residential and home site leases, our Diné people will continue to fight among each other and dividing families. The Navajo Nation Land Department issues home site leases and grazing permit on the Navajo Nation trust land. They depend on the Navajo Nation peacemaking program to help them probate those leases using the Navajo Nation judicial system. Mr. Mike Halona, director of the Navajo Nation Land Department, when I talked to him, was very concerned about the backlog of leases because peacemaking is no longer in the picture, now going on 2 years. The Bureau of Indian Affairs do not probate residential leases or other leases through the existing American Indian Probate Reform Act, APRA. APRA is only designed by the United States government to probate allotted lands. If the BIA changes the rule to APRA to probate real property and the allotted land simultaneously, will eliminate the problematic issue with residential leases. But then again, it may not. However, APRA probate system turnaround time is less than to be desired. From my personal experience with BIA APRA, I know it takes about 5 to 6 years before any probate is considered final. BIA management that are here in this meeting will probably give you more information about the APRA probate process and procedures now in place. I am saying this because it is often overlooked that self-government on the Navajo Nation was practiced by our Diné people and leaders long before the formation of the United States government. Navajo fundamental laws was created and placed by the holy people, the Diné, for the Diné people way of life. Navajo Nation is a sovereign nation and must protect and make the lives of our Diné people much more pleasant and respected by the laws of the Diné people and the United States government. The dark cloud of problematic issues that hovers over the Diné people is not serving the Diné people in accordance with mandated rules of BIA's mission, trust responsibilities, and the Navajo Nation mission and vision statements. They say better serve our Diné people by mandated rules and regulations. I should strongly want to note here that without the Diné people, there would be no jobs in the BIA and the Navajo Nation. In conclusion, reactivating the Navajo Nation peacemaking function can be considered as a short-term relief to continue our efforts to better serve the Diné people. Madam Chair, this can be done by your Law and Order Committee and the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch. Because the peacemaking function was there for a long time and has proven it worked for our Diné people. It is in conformance with what I said in my opening statement that self-government on the Navajo Nation was practiced by our Diné people and leaders long before the formation of the United States government. Most of you in this committee have knowledge and expertise about what is in the Navajo fundamental laws. I don't. However, I know peacemaking program works with Navajo fundamental laws, and they use the clan system concept and work together and speak to each other to find resolution using the powerful spiritual tradition, including the practice of Hojoja. Peacemaking program is peacemaking and the Diné way of life. peacemaking can be most simply described as a process where people can talk together using their language to resolve conflict. If we change this, we're changing all these laws and creating new laws. It is the responsibility of BIA, in accordance with their mandated trust responsibilities and mission statements, to establish a provision to probate residential leases. At the same time, the land is probated by APRA. This function can be considered as a long-term solution by this committee through the Navajo Nation government-to-government relationship system with the federal government. This can be done by this committee, including the president of the Navajo Nation, because the head of each executive department and agency of the federal government are responsible for ensuring that the department or agency operates within a government-to-government relationship with a federally recognized tribal government to enhance procedures and policies that are in place to better serve the Native Americans and the Indian country. Madam Chair and the Law and Order Committee, I appreciate you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Madam Chair, Iawan Sodole, Ashad.
Sit, Junior.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Adakai, Aishahat, thank you for your well thought out presentation, and thank you for sharing your ideas, your concerns, and your recommendations with the Law and Order Committee. At this time, Mr. Adakai, I do want to say again, thank you for the presentation. I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to committee members. It sounds like we have Honorable Eugene So, who is first to answer questions. But before I recognize Honorable Eugene So, committee members, perhaps maybe at this point, what we can do is before we get to the committee members, maybe we could have BIA give us some information on their process and procedure, and then we can turn it over to Peacemaking to give us some information on their process and procedure, and then we can turn it over to committee members. Shaja Ish Abiga. You'll be the first one that we call after BIA and Peacemaking makes their presentation. So I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to BIA. BIA, you were listening in on the call and you were able to hear directly the concerns from Mr. Adakai. Can you, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to you for some information on the issue. BIA, Ms. Curley.
Chairwoman Charles Newton, this is Greg Mahoja, Regional Director for BIA Navajo Region.
Good morning, Mr. Mahoja. Thank you for gracing us with your presence this morning. We do appreciate you being here at the Law and Order Committee. Mr. Mahoja, there was some information shared by Mr. Adakai regarding the probate issue or the probate process. And then also pertaining to, I believe it was residential. And Mr. Adakai, I'm so sorry, I have a question mark because I did write just residential down and I have and question mark. But Mr. Mahoja, I'm going to go ahead and allow you to perhaps talk about the probate process that happens there at BIA so that we can try to pinpoint the issue and address it here at the committee level. Mr. Mahoja, are you ready for your presentation?
Yes, Madam Chairwoman, I am.
Mr. Mahoja, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And I'd also like to say good morning to Vice Chair Honorable Delegate Otto Stowe and the rest of the committee. I apologize for getting on a little bit late. I was having some difficulty connecting to the Zoom call, but I did hear Mr. Adakai's presentation in full. I have a number of members of my team on the call with me today, including Miss Christina Ashley, who is our regional probate person. And with your permission, Madam Chairwoman, I'd like to turn it over to her for her to provide a brief rundown of our probate processes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mahoja. And yes, you are welcome to have 2 agents, and we'll go ahead and give you guys 15 minutes to present your information. Miss Ashley?
Good morning. This is Christina Ashley, and I'm the probate manager for Navajo region. The probate process that we do on the BIA side is mostly on allotted lands where we probate the ownership, the title of the land. That's mainly our job. And also the IIM account, their trust items. So that's what we mostly do probate on. But anything like leases, those are considered personal property, like bank accounts and whatever other personal items that the individual has. We don't do probate on those, and we tell the people that come in that needs to be handled through the Navajo Nation tribal courts to do the probate on that side. So that's basically what we do.
Honorable Chairwoman, if I might continue.
Yes, Mr. Mahoja, the floor is yours.
Thank you. To expand just a little bit on Ms. Ashley's discussion, those probate processes are processes that are formalized in law, rule, and regulation. We are bound to follow them. I would highly recommend that if Mr. Adekai wishes to elevate his concerns, that he do that with the central office. If he hasn't already done so, he's welcome to contact his congressional representatives, which I can't formally encourage him to do in my position, but it's something he might want to reach out to and discuss. We empathize with Mr. Adekai's concerns. They're very valid concerns. And unfortunately, our hands are tied because we do have to follow those laws, the rules, and the regulations that are promulgated to formalize the probate process.
Mr. Mahoja, does that complete your presentation?
Madam Chairwoman, it does, yes.
Thank you for that, Mr. Mahoja. I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to Ms. Elaine Henderson with peacemaking. I know that she is on the call. I guess I would like to ask first, Karen, is Elaine Henderson the person representing the judicial branch on this matter?
Good morning, Chair. I believe Mr. Stephen Edsity is also on the line, as well as Ms. Elaine Henderson.
Okay, so what I'll do is I'll go ahead and recognize judicial branch at this time. Mr. Stephen Edsity, Ms. Elaine Henderson. If there's one more agent, you are welcome to call that agent on the line. You will have 15 minutes to present your information based on Mr. Adekai's statement, his concerns that he's brought forth to this committee, as well as the response that has been provided by BIA. I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to you, Mr. Edsity, at this time, and give you 15 minutes to present your information. Judicial, the floor is yours.
This is Stephen Edsity. Can you hear me?
We can hear you clearly, Mr. Edsity.
Okay, well, I'm going to defer all of the time to our peacemaking program. Our peacemaking program coordinating manager is Miss Elaine Henderson. Go ahead, Miss Henderson.
Ms. Henderson, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Okay, thank you. Good morning, Chairwoman. Can you hear me?
We can hear you clearly, Shema.
Okay, good morning. Arnold Sokoto, Pasole, Daisy Osaki, Yatin Chidini, Dole, Madam Chair, Shadeja Yat Dini, Aron the Davins, James Che, Nana Shache, Ado So, Doshaja, Eugene So, Ado Shaja, Yaja, Kodo, Nahanyado, Sato E, Daisy no Sado, Kadi Jagi Shint. Adan the Dakoto Shachayan Hasnet, Mr. Adakai, your concern is valid and thank you for sharing with us this morning. Ako Hanso Shin Kodo E not on Shin Quad your process or procedures. Adat Hegi and the has the Kishin Kodo Belch Dahoti also Belch Dahoti. So I will begin my response to Mr. Adakai's concern. There's a few that was mentioned and brought out. Mostly the concern I hear is centered on relief to our people, Jonah, and being able to use the traditional process. But before I go into that, I just want to introduce myself. My name is Elaine Henderson. And I've been recently selected as a program coordinator for peacemaking. Ako kodoshi e kinanish kaholji so leto kan toshi e kwa peacemaking banata and the mata nliniki e kodo kan toshi e lashe behzani adat ehki jo dat no ilton the dokans the it out in hitana kato. Yeah, Shana Etatilne, though up it across the Navajo Nation. I have heard public concern. There's been public forum speaking to the same issue about probates and home site lease and permits that land use permit that grazing permit. That yego koton hita is no koto yeah in hiltalne ako that's koton hisis so one of the ways the process of probate, we call it probate, but in peacemaking, what we refer to is reassigning these permits to another person. And if you use Navajo technical language, there's no such thing as probate in the life way. According also today iniki datayel sosiki e khainana pitolish jokwegi e khan soshi e be kanel kodo peacemaking de koko. But I just want to bring some history about what the context of some information that was brought out by Mr. Adakai. Nleta e be kane jande jone. That's so there's some education that needs to happen from peacemaking and to bring us up to speed on how this was happening. And most significantly is when our last plan of operation was put in place in 2012. Nle agatit ahi nahas ade koko what ye testing you're practicing law without a license no what nihilak elia mani what is not just reassigning the permits. It has to do with traditional child guardianship or traditional divorce, these kind of actions that peacemaking used to do. Put peacemaking services having to be subject to review these agreements that were made by families. It has to be reviewed by the court. Court order. That's the process that's happening now. if the process is begun in peacemaking, then we forward it to the court for recognition of this agreement. It goes to the court. To me, when we talk about some backlog cases, we're not helping in this area. We're just more or less adding to the problematic system. This area of application of traditional law on the Nikoko on the Hinhia or we need to change. That's the system we need to look at.
Ms. Henderson?
Yes.
I am so sorry, Shad. I don't mean to interrupt you. Lorraine, can you hang up the person who is interrupting the presentation at this time? I know that you guys can see it on your end. I'm not sure who the administrator is who is keeping a lookout, but it's very disruptful for someone to be presenting and for a phone to not be on mute. So if you could hang up on that person, and if that person wants to call back in again, know that the second time we will not allow you to come and join in on the Law and Order Committee meeting. Shade, I am so sorry about that interruption. I'm going to go ahead and give you back the floor at this time.
Okay, so moving on about accepting and applying traditional law. This is where the system needs to be changed to where if we truly believe in applying traditional law, it needs to stand on its own. It shouldn't have to be subjugated and put back to the court for their stamp of approval. There's some areas I believe that we need to look at and make some accounting to. First of all, the report from probate. The leases are considered property. That's where these leases get caught up in a backlog. When we look at permits and leases as property, we tend to handle that in an adversarial aspect, and we apply the adversarial Western law of adjudicating these. And so this is where we differ. There's a clear difference in how we view this. If we take it out as not as a property, but as a livelihood, people's livelihoods are put on hold when they're looked at as property and they're hung up in these court processes that take 5 to 6 years or even longer. I know this happens. And so if we are able to get the support to change this, viewing them as property, but as people's livelihood, we're burdening the system as we hold on to these permits, not being able to use as they go through the process. I think that's where we need to have some support to change administrative policies or laws. Just as BIA said, go see your congressional representative, John Hilne. These, when we set up these laws and don't apply the traditional aspects of it, and I think this is the time that we need to really come together to take a look at this and see how strongly we can utilize the traditional law as we have done in the past. So there are different areas that we hope to streamline. The Eastern Land Status, of course, is that the Big Navajo area has a different way, and then Rama considering. So when you talk about peacemaking, we collectively have one system that all families come together and they talk this out. But right now we're in this pandemic. When we're in this pandemic, there's a lot of families that have been disrupted their livelihood in this way. The problem to resolve the problem is not put more people to address backlog. The problem is to fix the situation that has presented itself now through the pandemic. So in this way, I believe we're going to have to actually do some big change in the way we do our work. And one of those changes probably going to have to change our policies. We're going to have to look at amending our plan of operation, and that's going to take some discussion and support from both our oversight and from our judicial, and listen to the people what they're asking for and help them that way. So I appreciate Mr. Adakai to bring this forward. To protect and respect is what he's asking on behalf of the people. And he knows that there's confidence in the system. He says that peacemaking has been proven to work for the people. So this is my response to you, Madam Chair and committee.
Ms. Henderson, thank you for sharing your presentation and also the recommendations as well. We do have delegates who are in line to ask questions. We have Honorable Eugene So. After that, we have Vice Chair Otto So. So I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to Honorable Eugene So. The floor is yours, Shajah. Oh.
Question. Who is this? Isn't it? I don't. It's just not holding that. In the day, see, by your seat or see, cosy. Again, I did not explain that. I don't. Hashing so a not is your eggsy. I didn't need to set Nahat Elka. Suggestion. City Sending to Kenan said to the chain, but she's seen Kia on it as it said, or what's on it as another. What's on a late recess, stayed on, okay. I wrote to the chain that I don't lay my nuts on it. I look here on which in league. There's a me. So, yes, I hold one other. It's it's okay. I'll jab a hole and I'll cut the. I look here on it. I thought so anyway, low mountain, but it's down. What I and then say, do you come up on it any and how it of many? I would say, so bad to this case. Anyway, also chaos in the game, a lot out of the BIA, right out, she's not listening. Right out of that, such Sunday or see. Source of cotton darkness. Right, the nebus nasness. Quite joke, quite ya, in Kaya. Or the Annie, I mean, that also Annie best aid, Navajo Nation. IJ CF or 25167, Port 167, ARGBIA gig. There's E. Aro, quite a non a. Peacemaking dot of need. I don't my alone that at this land department. For either has I'm honest, I need your anyway. Titled Title 3. I don't the quotient that be that's enforcing us within the title. So the Title 3 GD A Sahot As A Beach 625 CF order Shiningi 1 Port 167. A RJ Kayaki up in Soba Hanya K Dest E A RJ Ahadat. Where does those two connect with the bylaws and the regulation regards to allotment lands and reservation? Our question is on the Treaty of 1868, and then again, regards to executive order, all the other lands are add-on. So that's a big question as well. Regards to any executive order can be overturned by any president. Okay, so where do we stand on there? So this treaty land, 1868, is a land where the people came back to. Regards to the treaty, international instrument, the Navajos had treaty with Mexico, Spain, United States. So there's 3 countries. With that understanding, the land was given back to the tribe to live on, with some language in it saying mechanical pursue, Bacado and Ditado under Bacado. Understand it in that term by layman's term. Okohoko. In this case, ADG, the permits and the lease has taken away the land of the people as things that's being understood by the peacemaking. But if you look at the Navajo Nation homesite lease regulation, it's way, way different from that, from our own way of life. Yes, it's only good to find out where the land is, where your house is, and also only good to make some money out of it. But again, so in a peacemaking term, I would see it that way, because it really conflicts with the Western law, our sovereignty, our own way of life. Title 1 again. So I am in the process of going through the home site lease. I had the Eastern and the Western already had a legislation to rescind the home site. And the central agency also passed the agency council passed it. So in that regards, so when we get all the 5 agencies, and we're going to go forward with that, with a resolution to the rescinding the home site lease, because it also violates other Navajo Nation codes. It conflicts here and there, also with the CFR. So that's on but regards to the peacemaking law, but it's the real toughest thing that our people has to change them into. Right now, I see a younger generation are going towards Western. Some of our kids, so that's how where we're at now. So, and then also churches also change a lot. There are different kind of churches. That's what number one. I always wanted to have a executive session with the Navajo Nation Council in regards to that. Executive session to let them know where we're at with regards to peacemaking. So what I in the I as in side case I don't big granny I see how that one that are born before the 60s, so not out. I call it over and it's not peacemaking that or BRA then. So those are my question, where do these connect our allotment land, the reservation, the treaty land, and executive order land, where do they connect? I don't peacemaking do hagon la mission hat a bit of case of halit need on those needs. I don't know how it undid place all had it now a peacemaking order peacemaking when you agree on something with heart and love and values and trust, it changed back into Western law where you put it on black and white on the paper. What on there? What I be now see it's kind of changed there. It is what on this English letter. So on such case, because I need and you that it as a so even as I go share if you do need all this I know I'm trying to talk here, but there's a lot of text coming in right and left or change or other than discuss a whole set. So I just hope we have all respect with one another. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Shaja. I'm sorry, that was Honorable Otto So and I were texting back and forth because Honorable Otto So announced this morning that he's getting his car worked on and he doesn't want to ask a question right now because it's very loud in the background. So he was texting, so that was us. I do apologize. We were on group text. So with that, I know that there was a lot of concerns, and then also Honorable Eugene So's notion on how to address this issue. Mr. Mahoja, I hope that you have a Navajo translator who is translating the information to you. I know that there are rules and regulations that you said that have to be changed at the federal level, but I'm going to go ahead and at this time to give you a little bit of time to have that translation done for you. I'm going to go ahead and transfer over to my sister here, Ms. Elaine Henderson, for a response to Mr. Eugene So's recommendation and how he plans to address the issue. Shada, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for that, for the time again to respond to Mr. So. Although onion, there's some actions happening across Navajo in regards to the issue with home site lease. Although there's some people that's working on that issue. But the fact of the matter is, you know, that we still have to have something in place to help our people. And that's probably one of the biggest challenges, how to so there's some, I am in agreement with him, and perhaps the work session, we can be part of that work session where we all listen to the same information. He's talking about Title 3 and 25 CFR, and he wants to know where these connect with each other. But the part that peacemaking is able to assist is only so far. And when we actually want to express traditional law and apply traditional law, it needs to have that same support. It needs to have the same respected and uphold that agreement in the same manner as if there's a decision rendered through adjudication. The BIA says, okay, we can change this, but we need a court order. If we believe in traditional law application, why can that same respect be extended to peacemaking agreement? I think that has more validity because these are agreements that's rendered through by the people what they want. The system might have to be changed where we offer the education on Mr. Eugene So's concern. And that's our responsibility to teach and educate about how there is care for the land and how it's deemed sacred to carry on the duties of being responsible to the land and what it means to have that as your livelihood, not look at it as a property or real estate that has a value and monetary to it. So in that case, I'm glad to hear that there's that support and we have that same conversation and agreements to how we can do this. So that would be my answer to, and certainly there's a process of updating our plan of operation that can benefit. Peacemaking is growing. It has grown out of some processes that was initially set for. As we apply more laws, like traditional laws that's codified. So it's not something that's new. It's not something that we can change. It's just something we need to learn to adapt to through educating ourselves about what these fundamental laws really mean and how they apply to our lives. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Ms. Henderson. I'm going to go ahead, and before I go back to BIA, I'm going to ask Mr. Atakai. I'm going to go ahead and recognize you at this time. I hope that the presentation and the questions that are being asked right now are answering your question. But Mr. Atakai, I'm going to go ahead and recognize you in case you have a follow-up or in case you have a question based on the information that has been shared at this time. Mr. Atakai?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Shanatine Anigi. In general, peacemaking, though hard see, although could you, Honorable Eugene So, in general, hard see, a aja desini now, could those shifts snago. Lady, Shaspaus and D, could you be a hard see. ARJA would have changed the rules, ne? Because she's a spouse, the net bizarre, double gun bizarre. A hitiko, the house sender. Although the Kujit Nabe be his ani, although Blagana be his ani, stop the house sender. Oh, hitiko. The Kuchibilagana be his ani, a shitens. Joy archdi Kuchibia a, he had see. Although Kuchit Nabe ina, though Blagana be ina, those house sender. Oh, hitiko. Ashidens and Bilagana. Die quiet cow has any be has tea. Die hat but not any. Aleta or leaf at Nini, Nenska. It all be had this sense. Could you? I could need at the nation and I. Although they are Shinantai, Law and Order Committee, then Siagi. I hear, you see, Joko. General, that's not. Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Mr. Atakai. Mr. Mahoja with BIA, is there anything that you would like to add to this discussion?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Just briefly, I agree with Vice Chairman Otto. The home site lease issues are a challenging issue, and they have been for a long time, and not just within the Navajo region. It's challenging everywhere, especially when they have to be transferred upon the death of the holder of the home site lease itself. Those are big challenges, and BIA is and myself were willing to work with the tribe, possibly through a work session with the tribal council, and try to find solutions. Some of our, as I mentioned before, because of the rules and the regulations and the laws, that we don't always have. We don't always have the kinds of tools in our tool belt that we want to have to fix problems. We're bound by the processes that we have. But we are willing to work with the tribe, with the Law and Order Committee. My staff is knowledgeable and able, and we're looking forward to trying to find whatever solutions we have available to us. And I'd like to apologize. I think I said Vice Chair Otto, and I meant Vice Chair Eugene. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mahoja, and thank you for also for taking part in this conversation. So at this time, I'm going to turn the floor back over to Honorable Eugene So, and I'm going to ask Shaja, did you have any follow-up questions?
Madam Chair, Delegate Begay.
Good morning, Delegate Elmer Begay. Thank you for joining us, Delegate Elmer Begay. We are listening to probate issues and the process. We've got Bureau of Indian Affairs on the line. We also have Peacemaking, who is also on the line. Peacemaking used to handle these issues, but have since been removed. And we also have Mr. Adekai, who brought up the issues concerning the probate issues. So Delegate Begay, did you want to be added to the queue to ask questions?
Oh, Chair, what the add me on the Hagashin.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and turn the floor over to Honorable Eugene So for any follow-up questions, and then after that, we'll go ahead and recognize Delegate Elmer Begay. Delegate Otto So is in a loud area right now, so he's going to hold off on asking questions. So with that, Shaja, Honorable Eugene So, did you have any follow-up questions?
Oh, you know who I mean, the regional director, a new one. I'm working real good with you. In regards to the translation or definition, allotted land versus the treaty land and the executive order land. How does it coincide or does it conflict in certain languages within the bylaws? And because with peacemaking, I figure it should cover any land across the Navajo Nation that we call Navajo Nation. That's my concern, and I would like to really stress, and the concerns and the issues of the peacemaking court, and to push it forward. To try to change, put a break on it and turn it around, so our younger generation can start realizing what a Navajo really is and what life really means to them, which is emotional, spiritual, and physical growth all in harmony, which were taught by the elderly long before some of us were made. And also in regards to the peacemaking issues, whatever concern the issues of Nenegi, I would like to push that forward for you. If you like, change it all. If you guys willing to change some of those land which is within there, or the way it should be. Doesn't need Lord Abbott Scout and dollars. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Shaja. So, Mr. Mahoja, it looks like there was one question that was posed to you by Delegate Eugene. So I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to you at this time for the answer. Mr. Mahoja?
Thank you, Chairwoman. I believe the question is, what are the differences, if any, between allotted lands and I can't remember the name of the other lands, the treaty lands. And I think for that, I would like to turn it over to Jerry DeGroat, who's the Realty Officer at the Eastern Navajo Agency. Jerry, are you on? I'm not sure whether he's still on the phone or if he's on mute.
Mr. DeGroat, if you are on the line, you just push *6 to unmute yourself, and we can go ahead and recognize you at this time to answer the question. Mr. DeGroat?
I will say this, he appears not to be on. I will say this, is that the treaty lands are lands that are considered tribal trust lands, like any other lands that the tribe owns. Allotted lands are different. They're individually owned lands. There are some conflicts between those two lands. There's land boundary issues. There's different responsibilities from the federal government to those two types of lands. Those differ. I'm happy to provide a quick breakdown in writing if that's something that the delegate would like.
Mr. Mahoja, thank you for answering that question. And I think for this committee, I think in terms of really understanding the probate issues, I think it does kind of start with the foundational question of in the Eastern Agency, we have been told that there are, I believe, 21 various types of land. Is it possible to get the types of land within the Eastern Agency so that we can, one, find out, which lands actually apply, which lands fall under the jurisdiction of the Navajo Nation, and to which I think our laws would easily apply, and then which lands, we do have to recognize that do belong to the federal government that will help us to address the probate matter. I think that would be a really good start. So if you could help us, help the committee out in that way, I would really appreciate it, Mr. Mahoja.
Of course. Would you like? I believe Superintendent Sosi is on the call. Would you like us to do that now here, or would you like us to provide you something in writing?
Let's go ahead and get us something in writing. The only reason is I think that we can then forward that to Ms. Elaine Henderson with peacemaking, and we can start trying to address the issue with probate, because I think that there have been some valuable recommendations and concerns that have been brought forward during this conversation. Understanding the different types of land status here on the Navajo Nation, I think will help us in terms of identifying which areas, the Navajo Nation can address right away with the probate laws, and then which ones are at the federal level that we do have to start advocating to try to change, because I think the probate issue extends across the entire Navajo Nation. So if you could get that to us in writing, we would appreciate it, Mr. Mahoja.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Delegate Admin-Yazzie, I'll add you to the queue. I'm going to go ahead and recognize Honorable Elmer Begay at this time, who is a member of the Budget and Finance, but he is here in the Law and Order Committee meeting right now. He does have some questions regarding the probate matters. Shanella, Honorable Elmer Begay, the floor is yours.
Shanella, can you hear me?
Oh, Adit ao.
Krishna. Yeah. So yat a.
Hello? Hello, Lorraine, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, thank you, Delegate Yazzie. Shanella, Honorable Elmer Begay, if you can hear me, we can't hear you. Second call, Shanella, Honorable Elmer Begay, are you on the line? Last and final call, Shanella, Honorable Elmer Begay, are you on the line? Not hearing anything. I'm hoping that everyone can still hear me. We're going to go ahead and turn the floor over to Delegate Yazzie. And in the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and text Delegate Begay to let him know that he dropped off the call. So with that, Delegate Yazzie, the floor is yours.
Okay, Madam Chair, thank you. Also to LOC members and to everyone that is listening, on this Eastern Agency area, I wanted to share to the committee that there is a map of the whole Navajo Nation on the Eastern Agency area, which I think Mike Colonna has, and I know the BIA also created a map that indicates the land status throughout the Eastern Agency area. So maybe we could reach out to Mike Colonna and have LOC retrieve a copy of that map. So I just wanted to share that as Madam Chair and committee members.
Thank you for that, Delegate Yazzie. Yes, we'll go ahead and start working on that. Lorraine, can you please reach out to Mike Colonna and see if we can get a copy of that map? Regional Director, Mr. Mahoja, is it possible to get a copy of the land status within the Navajo Nation, the map that has been referenced by Delegate Yazzie? Could we get a copy of that map as well?
Chairwoman, yes, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Mahoja. Delegate Begay did text me he is back on the line. His phone did, his call did drop. So Shanella, Honorable Elmer Begay.
Shanella, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Shanella, now your call dropped.
I don't know. I can see Shanella, though yet I don't know the members of the law and order coming there. Go get back echo. Yet though he didn't need I don't there's not either people that are on the line though. I don't care. They are from the BIA and then also from understanding that Shamato, Mrs. Henderson from Peacemaking, that I heard her talking to. So yet he didn't need this. I don't care. But yet she though probably it up on the higi. Either though. So I this here on this probably I don't I don't know people. I mean, right now there's a lot of it are being used, like regarding the grazing permit. Called it's not probate yet. According the people, some family or how they discuss. Some of these, they have two of them out there, like a duplicate copies in their job. They try to use it, but both of them the visit of a card. So I know that they say that it's kind of a lengthy process, but I need usually So even you have not around the day. Okay, that's where a lot of dispute arise among family members in Venezuela. But that's where I think peacemaking, we utilize them. Around the I think right now, my constituents.
Yeah.
My constituents in Venezuela, a lot of them are probating now. Although the courts, they hired an attorneys. Since that the courts they're making it like the last priority in a lot of but you go there's just being put on hold or pending, and again that I just keep this got about 6 months in there. I thought on that one I just keep. There's no from the courts now now just don't keep that need your it's priority case in that. So we're dealing with other violence and all that. Hey, we understand that. No, but at least schedule that also put people are regarding this pandemic. So that'll be my question to the courts, judicial branch. I know that they're just being pinned for they're just waiting for to have a hearing. So they're ready to be probated. Where do we go? I don't need it. Just we're ready to do that. But another who sees not I don't get the better cut. I don't know. Just keep at least give us maybe a guidance on it. What are the this is the second one is peacemaking on the advanced cases in there. So hot 8 so what go there hot so the neck as you got the neck here and the hard does it like it by the other hard it in hot they are there now is all the day Sunday so there's in the yield or did so the hard me hit up and age of is land have in best and I little has been so hot zone are they at classes in up fishing yeah the leader is here the house in that is correctly when I hear that as you go they doesn't the acre HD irrigation hotlo so there's a dozen car that he did kitty hot 8 and not the other day is 8 in bananas that so today I heard them say that todo tada so and I did kitty that as the pandemic be hold the should be something new that happened here in the other than that, I know that something like that for I guess peacemaking or about this case I think it's a very, very essential at this part to be part of courts. What else that case although pay give more funds to peacemaking courts, but ask at the day not other bands the case in the accounts best or at least yet in at least all hard to miss to end of miss what should that all together other it end of miss so and general and of miss had and of miss could they just that and you should go the next go sister has not need to say ako hot ako pelikana kasi bahas ani khadi tiyone khud sisla tana ka o even na isa khud hanna do o da net na hadan de aita ta sia na hadan khud aita the neck hada edo ta ant odle pan sa ke so to hajo hada net na be hota adon da na na die anal na hadan خشبه دوت أيضا مثلا أو دنا هذا هذا بس أنا نادو نسمع أو ينايل إن هذا جود أبان ساكس and beautiful. So I really encourage and I really be part of this peacemaking courts. Diko أجي على باسا هذا هذا خد أنا إيدو نفس سا خدي بس إيدو نيس خاجي يا دي كيا ادو خاجي دي سلا جهنني ده او هذا تبي هي خاجي ده خو نك اس ب ايدو مثلا بهات وتزهن امشين بهات وتزهن ايدن هذا خشت تو خد انن هذا خيل باس لا لا خد اي خو اخد هي خو كذو this past weekend I've been with the classes خشي مثل هي كده نهار دايلا ده تزن دايلا هاد إيش الناس اللي دخلنا إيلا توضعتن خمسة كيس نحن دي إيش ما عنده هذا نهاد أصل لاده كده دنا ويجين كذا كأخذ نهوتي دانا كأخذ لا دانودا أكو مشيلا أو نخا تطلنا هذا بعد أنا هيجي نهوتي أو هيجي دهوي نهوت نهزن وهذا سكوت نيدو لستانو أخذ أن إيكا أدلت أن هيكا توقف أدلت نيتنزو هسين صد أدلت أبداسس لهيكا أخذ كده إيه خاصة يود أنا نقول خانسا كيس but we need help too كا توقف يدا نبت يام دا بتخاطا إذا تخبط أدلنا ده كده إيه تنا هذا دوس إذا نسلم دا دوس خانسا كيس تانو تلا كو So idea to participants national to here do law and order committee. But I think I shall argue is the history. Here national.
Shanella, based on Shanella, Honorable Elmer Begay's comments, and then also his statements regarding the traditional, how peacemaking does play a role. I'd like to ask at this time, Vice Chair Otto, so are you on the line?
Yes, I'm on the line. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. I should say, Vice Chair Otto, so can you take the floor? I want to, I have a couple of questions as well.
Thank you very much. All righty, I'll take the gavel. I have the virtual gavel. I caught it over here. And I'm going to go to the floor right now to Madam Chair. Madam Chair,
thank you. Thank you, Shitsui, Delegate Otto, so Vice Chair. I want to state in 2016, I had just moved back to the Navajo Nation, and that in October there was a newspaper type of regulations that was printed. It was approved. It says October 4th, 2016. It was the home site lease regulations for 2016. I kept a copy of that newspaper. It's basically printed on newspaper, type of paper. And so it broke it down. It came from the land department, Division of Natural Resources, and the Department of Justice. And what they did was they broke down the law and the regulations as it was passed in 2016. Based on this newspaper, regulation that I kept from 2016, I went to go and update the law to see if any changes were made to this home site lease law. And it looks like it really doesn't, there are some changes, but not so much to a lot of what has been talked about here. But within that, within this particular newspaper that was printed, the Home Site Lease Regulations 2016, it broke down the policies and the procedures. And, you know, we're talking about the probate issue. We're talking about how laws have to be changed at the BIA level with the regulations. But I looked at specifically 1305, and I don't know if the policies and the procedures have changed, but based on this 2016 newspaper article, if you look at 1305, the breakdown says that in the event one of the lessees dies with a joint tenancy with right of survivorship tenure in effect, all rights to occupy the land and leasehold interests shall go directly to the surviving tenant if he or she is an enrolled member of the Navajo Nation without the need of assignment of the deceased co-tenant's interest in the home site lease. The death certificate of the deceased co-tenant shall be recorded. You know, based on that information, you know, with 1305, I then went forward and I read a little bit further down. And in 1307, it says, in a probate proceeding, the Navajo Nation courts may distribute the leasehold interest, including attached improvements of an established home site lease to beneficiaries under a will or to the heirs at law according to Navajo law. I know that we're talking, in this case, this is specific to the home site lease, but based on the policies and the procedures, based on what Department of Justice has interpreted within this document, I guess where I'm having a hard time understanding is why peacemaking has been, from what I'm hearing and from what I'm understanding, and maybe I'm wrong on this, but one, it sounds like peacemaking is no longer involved in the probate issue because, as Ms. Henderson stated, there are people who have argued that the land that is being probated is considered to be property, and because it is considered property, it's looked at as in terms of resolving the issue. We're looking at Western concepts, and we treat that as adversarial, which means we take it to court. And because of that, it does require that individuals who are licensed to practice law in front of the court present cases to the court to decide the matter, because we now consider this land to be property. In addition to that, Ms. Henderson also stated that peacemakers were told that they can't practice law without a license, which does bring us back to the adversarial model that we currently are using to address our probated issues concerning land. So now this is my question, after I just kind of setting the foundation here, is why are we, I guess, who made the decision that the land would be considered as property? And in doing so, who made the decision that these cases could only be brought forward with licensed attorneys? That's my first question. And again, perhaps I'm not hearing this correctly, and that's why I need some clarification, but that's my first question. My second question is, and Ms. Henderson, I really want you to explain to me the process that peacemaking was using to try to address the probate issues. And the reason why I'm asking this question is because, as Shanella Delegate Elmer Begay stated, we have a lot of Navajo people who are asking, what is being done? Why are we having to wait so long, with this process? And as stated, both by Honorable Eugene So and Honorable Elmer Begay, the concept of property, of land being passed from one relative to another is in a lot of ways aspects of fundamental law. We don't look at the land as property. We look at the land as dwelling on the land, using the land to our advantage. And this Western concept of property has kind of taken over. And I know that peacemaking has come before Law and Order Committee before to talk about how their budget has decreased, and then they're not really involved in a lot of the court matters anymore. And suddenly we're moving towards a more Western concept of deciding the laws, which I don't think is the right thing to do. I mean, that's why we have peacemaking. But in terms of the probate issue today, it sounds like when the matter used to go to be before peacemaking, that the process and the procedure wasn't as tedious and it wasn't as long as what we're seeing today. So if I can get some clarification on my first question, and then also the process and the procedure on how peacemaking used to handle the probate matters, and maybe then we can start trying to address the issue. And I think that maybe somebody from judicial can explain to the Law and Order Committee why peacemaking was removed from the process. And I guess that's going to be part of the answering the question, the first question that I have. Again, I'm looking at your policies and your procedures. Unless I'm looking at an old version, just to be clear, I'm looking at the 2016 home site lease regulations for the Navajo Land Department under the policies and procedures, specifically section 1305. And then section 1307 is where it references that in probate proceedings that we're going to go according to Navajo law. So if somebody can clarify that for me, I would appreciate it. Vice Chair, so if you could keep the gavel at this time in case I may have a follow-up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, these questions are posed to the judicial branch. I'm going to throw I'll keep the gavel, and I'm going to turn the floor back over to the judicial branch. I believe Steve and I guess the Ms. Elaine Henderson can go ahead and answer these questions pertaining to what Madam Chair is asking. Thank you. Judicial branch, you have the floor.
Shananta, Mr. Otto. So this is Stephen Etzity. For these questions that go straight to some of the matters that Ms. Henderson alluded to earlier and mentioned in terms of the background and history, defer to her to have her explain what the former processes were and how, in the context and the process of developing plan of operation, how we came to our current situation, which Madam Chair has asked two direct questions. Shada, Elaine, can you continue to lead with the answer for these questions?
Okay. I had. Hey,
Elaine, we can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Okay. John, I need to check on mute. Konda kodopiyesh watliki don daite kidigi. Aro consultation station I kid kodo I need to let al session kodo plan of operation the one we're referencing is the one that was passed LOCJY 06-12. That's the resolution that was passed to accept our plan of operation. So we're on the same page with that. Some of the questions that you had asked in regards to who made the decision, and that was taken out of our hands. Who made the decision? Was it a licensed attorney that can only describe this as property? I can't answer that. That's more long practicing law and how those processes had begun, I would imagine that some of these processes were could have been through the practicing court rules, and those are more done by, I believe it's through the Bar Association, and could have been some judicial conference resolutions. That's how the peacemaking was recognized back in 1982. But what I know is the process that peacemaking was using. And one of the reasons is that the working attorneys that were designing the plan of operation at the time, I was not in the capacity that I'm at, but I do know that there was some conversations happening that peacemaking staff such as us and peacemakers were not qualified to determine who are legal heirs in probate processes. So that's one of them. And we could not make a decision on land description and venue and jurisdiction. Some of the due processes that have to be reviewed when a judge signs the order. So there was a conflict when we would ask to have these peacemaking agreements be recognized and have the court's signature to these orders to effectuate change. Using the Western thought and applying the Western law. Like I said before, traditional law today, and that was application of using traditional clanship and kinship. Grazing permit and so those traditional teachings were very important because we wanted to know who are the so we applied the traditional law of the matrilineal law, just Sani Equest, Sonasatado, Quahut, they use the traditional law of clanship. Out of respect, they know that they belong back to that clan. So some of these ways and explaining was difficult for people that are Western law educated to accept. And it applies to they come up and they accept they would so in that way, that's how we used to take care and apply traditional law. But it was taken out away from us. So these peacemaking agreements now have to be recognized through court, through another process where a judge has to review and then sign off on these court orders. And so this is where the point in time is we need to review that process through the tried and applying the traditional laws of kinship and clanship on leda hanek eho ata il ene khahosh il kon khasel la jodi ne So that's as far as I can answer your questions. The other part gets a little bit more technical as far as the 1305 and 1307, the Ninigi. I also would like to know what they meant when they said they're going to apply Navajo law. That Osha did no did outside did the so need no if we're going to apply Navajo law, that's what it is. We're applying the traditional law, and let's have that tested. Let's see if that actually works. We haven't exercised the extent of how traditional law can stand on its own. The esto bini the esto hilahos and the esh nahanan the eshban and nae were not exercising it to the fullest extent. So that's what peacemaking is here to do and to educate about. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Elaine, for your question. I don't know, Steve, does that conclude your question, answering questions of Madam Chair?
Vice Chair, could I follow up with comments
Yes,
and also a question again?
Yes, I'll come back to you. Mr. Steve City, does that finishes up the question posed by Madam Chair?
At this point, yes, and we'll stand for any additional follow-up questions.
I'll go to you now. We'll go ahead and move forward, and Madam Chair, continue with your follow-up question.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Otto. Ms. Henderson, thank you for answering that question. So just to be clear, the policy and procedure that I was citing to is actually within the Navajo Land Department, the home site lease regulations or the home site lease laws for 2016. And I'll be happy to take a picture and try to email this out to the committee. But it was from what I'm looking at, it's kind of like a newspaper that was published, and it was given out to the entire Navajo Nation in 2016. I kept my copy during that time, and I've had it this many years. But the policy and procedures are actually on page 6 of that newspaper, and it references 1307, where it says that it says in a probate proceeding, the Navajo Nation courts may distribute the leasehold interest, including attached improvements of an established homesite lease to beneficiaries under a will or to the heirs at law according to Navajo law. And I can take a picture of that to send it out to the committee through email as well. And Ms. Henderson, as you were talking about the probate issues with peacemaking, when you were describing, what peacemaking does and also your role in deciding the probate issues, and then also Mr. Adakai's, his issues that he brought forth, which is providing context to this conversation. But I couldn't help but going back to that particular section within the policies and procedures developed by the Land Department. And that's why I wonder why peacemaking was no longer a part of the procedure. It sounds like peacemaking was able to address the issue. And I think that is a legal question, as you stated. Do we follow the Western, concept of law in terms of passing down land, or do we follow the traditional laws of our people? I know that I can say that as Shanella Delegate Begay stated, there's a lot of elderly people out there, who are asking these questions about, the law and what council is doing to try to address this. I think that Law and Order Committee does have to go back, and I know in 2019 we had this conversation about the role of peacemaking. And I could be wrong, but based on the information that was given to us at the time there in Delcon when we met with Ms. Henderson, it was shared with us that the role of peacemaking has diminished through the years. And it's transitioning to the the Western concept of law. And Ms. Henderson, I will say that, you know, I do have my Juris Doctorate degree. I understand the Western concept of law, but I also respect the laws of our culture and our tradition. And I think that the presentation that you provided during that time in 2019, I think that this is a really good example of where the nation is going in terms of our laws. So on a larger context, Law and Order Committee members, I think we do have to have that discussion with the judicial branch to try to figure out, you know, how can we help the judicial branch with their caseload and help peacemaking take on some of that caseload. So I think that that's something that we can put in law, and we can recognize that, as does the policies and procedures for the Navajo Land Department does recognize. And it does say according to Navajo law. It doesn't say according to Western concept of law, or it doesn't say peacemaking law. It just says Navajo law. So Ms. Henderson, again, if I could get maybe just kind of a written response on the way that peacemaking used to handle probate issues. I think that that would help in terms of addressing some of the probate matters. And as Honorable Eugene So stated, he is working to try to address that. And I know in 2016, when this law was passed, there was a lot of people who didn't like the new laws and regulations that have come into place. I know that since being a delegate, there are some people who have gotten in trouble for having a home and a hold fund because there can only have. There have been some people who have contested having cattle on their home site, which is not allowed per the new home site lease laws. And so I know that there are definitely some issues with the home site lease laws that have to be addressed. But I think it also is going to be dependent on what Eastern Agency has in terms of their land status as well, that we have to also look at too. So again, Ms. Henderson, the only question that I have is the process. How did you guys decide probate matters when you guys had those cases? If I could get that in writing, I would really appreciate it with the Law and Order Committee. And again, I'll take a picture of this and get that sent out. Lorraine, if you could send that out to everybody, I'll just go ahead and email you so you can send it out to everybody, and they have some context to what I'm talking about in terms of the home site lease regulations 2016. So with that, Vice Chair, I don't have any other follow-up or any other comments. I think that concludes the rest of my participation in terms of this discussion. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. And if I heard correct, you wanted your answer in writing, or her response in writing, correct?
Yes, Vice Chair, that would be great for the committee to know the procedure and the process that peacemaking undertook when they were deciding probate matters.
Okay, awesome, very much. Thank you very much for those questions pertaining to your follow-up. With that, I believe those answers will be coming in writing, and I appreciate the response from the judicial branch. So I'm going to give the gavel back over to Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I have just a few comments, that's all.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. Thank you for taking on the committee for a short while. With that, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to you, Vice Chair, and then I'll open it up to other committee members. Vice Chair, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much. I believe we really have to go back to the drawing table pertaining to fundamental law. One particular area that really caught my attention was there was a judge that was being a judge who had a hearing for her permanency, and I remember a person that came in to provide testimony, and that testimony is on the record and it's public information, and she did indicate that the judge had implored fundamental laws on her pertaining to her decision. I don't know what type of case it was, but I remember her clearly saying, I am not a traditionalist, or I'm not traditional. I am Christian, and I don't value those things. And we really, and just due to those statements, and I believe that's what, to me, that was the key factor of that judge, and everything went south from there. But you had a judge implementing fundamental laws, which is the law of the land. And we have the probate here, part of the judicial system, to talk about Title I. And if the Navajo people do not really value Title I, then, what do? Because Title I is the law of the land. And whether it's in probate, whether it's in a family court, or whether it's in a criminal case or a traffic case, it's the law of the land. The peacemaking court pertaining to the leases, and I think we really have to come back to the drawing table and to try to iron out where the issues are at, because I would really like to see peacemaking to move forth, but again, it's a fine line when it's just a probate for a home site. But if it's a probate for a person that is deceased, you have other properties that are part of the conversation. And where do you determine it stays in family court, or it could be recommended to peacemaking? Probate. That the neta garda not and that become these laws are pretty much things that are through the natural order of everything has to be exhausted in the maternal line. Paternal is a kid in Anasja. Alcohol said, what is Nante? I don't need to when it comes to possession. Grazing permit the Basa no, home site the Basa no. I had it other agency, but actions that alone. You will always have the male gender saying, oh, it's mine, and that's the basic concept. And I think we really have to come back to the drawing table on fundamental law. What does it really mean? They're always number two. They're not number one. Or actually number three. Because you have the clan mothers. And I always say that through a lot of the maternal line, we're always when a person is on their maternal line, you're always number three if you're a male inside the on the maternal structure. They will always have more seniority than you. When things like this happen, And Madam Chair is correct. They don't teach this at the university. They teach the Western portion of how the court system should be working. Alcohol, the conga eat ahe, nehui ahe, ha si belanda eat. Ale ego the neck of a bear anin soho koto, ajan iniki hit ego kogoyan yan sake. It's not about being a traditionalist. It's just the concept of understanding how the maternal order works in the Navajo structure. Aloti koto yan hagado Allah bahane babna na kindo be ki da be ba akhwin zinklet inda le kaya sabasa halonta akoda tuibaza da di yeah na but I see people try to argue fundamental laws on the maternal. They try to skip the order to try to pertain possession, and the home site leases are identified as a position. You know, all of these things need to be revetted on the thing, and not the shiny cut. I thought all stuff. You're gonna yego this day. Yego, all stuff. Kahala, a top. The yacht is Jesus. Kahala, a holy dish, the whole dish. Kahashi, Asa sat only. A toya, when in there. Asa sat, not snail. The section had of this. A Congo go by banana kino. I went, yada, oh, a little hot seeker. I love when Nehla on center. Need a new. Even the judicial branch. Steve, I really hope that you guys are vetting this thing and you guys are trying to take care of this thing, because the way I see it, it's just on idle. It's just parked on the shelf. There's no mechanism where the judicial branch is trying to better this issue for pertaining to probate in the matriarch society that we are. They are the matriarchal society. Or on one has August, son, Lenny, Bebohni, the night or the Nabanashi, the other Bebohni, Shet Chanda, Yanash, Eben, Hilly, get the Hudney, Lenny, Lenny, or the night, and I see the courts really not stepping up to the page, and I really haven't seen the Chief Justice's position on this. Because if the court really, if the judicial branch valued this would be the number one item to try to fix within the nation. Kay aho wan ki khawa a cheto ni ako eto ha shi na no hui ahi to ha shi o you peso ya chida yo ida. It makes things easier on but we have to come back to the drawing table, and we need to have the judicial branch in place. The other thing too is that, you know, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, they have their policies. They only probate allotment land. Kaya. Ado e what you probate either. Alcohol. Ebic alcohol. Hale ega la ya. Ite. As a probate. doing the probate process through the nation. You know, does the Bureau of Indian Affairs, would the Bureau of Indian Affairs accept a Navajo Nation order? Because when you look at Indian allotment land, how much jurisdiction does Navajo really have on Indian allotment land? O what's ni? Ako so na ako pe so ben nache ko kodota nan leni kodopa be an kodoye na yide yilo shishide be kaya. I have jurisdiction to deni there bahazon takat ni hidoni. If we had full jurisdiction, we would be probating those Indian allotment lands. So how do we get the Bureau of Indian Affairs to move the land allotment jurisdiction to Navajo? It comes all to jurisdiction. The Bureau of Indian Affairs will always say, "Oh, that's it should. You can't do it because it's on me." They won't. They're not going to have Navajo apply its own rules and regulations. They're going to apply the CFR on us. It's just another mechanism to control Indian tribes, Indian citizens, to tell them what to do. Sit down, class, be good Indian. We gave a lot. Come get this car. Not get the whole meat. This thing is what ego man. Get the whole meat. Fish treasure clean. You just look at how the federal government treats Indian tribes. You look across the world. Congress in the United States of America will send billions of dollars to Israel, to other countries, third world countries. And you have 574 third world countries in the United States. And then that tells you how the federal government dictates and sees Indian tribes. We're last. I'm sorry, our trustee. If you want control to be given to Navajo, of course, we won't have these conversations here. That way, we will apply our rules, how we think and how we feel. Because Navajo, not too long ago, the federal Congress sent $3 billion to Israel in their commitment for some sort of infrastructure project in Israel. Look at these Indian tribes here. Then we got our infrastructure, shoddy. We got our schools, it's shoddy. We have a curriculum that the Bureau of Indian Affairs says, hey, you can go ahead and go with the state curriculum. But how do you know that that curriculum system is producing jobs, individuals that will become doctors and lawyers and such? And then, they killed the Indians. They're trying to save the man. And I guarantee you they're on their goal to colonize us, and we're there. Your values and your language and such. Now we're going to do away with the Indian reservation. So si bana ta and kotego konash sinanta. She ko no shat no. Be na ban ta ke additional halate ego latite adorni. I do agree that we have to have additional conversation pertaining to this matter. I appreciate it, and thank you very much, Madam Chair. Go ahead.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to Ms. Henderson and then to BIA. So Ms. Henderson, the floor is yours.
Okay. Yeah, should Corona ta ni na hoing ne do han soshi ashin hot what changes and what we need to bring to the table to have discussion. We're just writing these words into to make a means to the end of something, to quiet something, to say that okay, it's now law. That's what I mean. That ish if that's the case, then these things are understood. But to bekahni ingo to his ani lingo to nilzengo enantlaile. So I don't want to go on too much about what my Che had expounded on, but I believe that that's where the conversation needs to begin, is about Navajo order. And the question that he posed was, will BIA accept that? How will BIA accept these order and this process and how it's decided? So I thank you for the time that we had for this discussion. And I understand the assignment that was given to us to put this process in writing. And my hope is that we continue to have these open discussions to help our people. So thank you for your time this morning. Yeah.
Okay, Ms. Henderson. Mr. Mahoja?
Thank you. I heard all of the words from the committee members, and I do understand the frustration. My team and I are here and committed to work with you in any way possible, and we're looking forward to trying to find solutions to some of these problems. Even those problems that aren't, quote, BIA's responsibility, unquote, we want to make sure that we bring our subject matter experts to bear on those solutions so that we can help the nation move forward and find ways to speed up processes and not be a block to progress. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mahoja. Committee members, are there any questions?
Eugenia.
Honorable Eugene, so the floor is yours.
I asked most of the question, but I have regards to what we're discussing. You put out the home site lease. Our argument of changing the Navajo Nation home site lease regulation is it's already approved to rescind by 2 agencies, as I recall saying. Now, in there, the argument is it's a lot of conflict, and I have met with the Office of Legislative Counsel in regards to that, and they should have a definition later on, because it conflicts with the CFR 167 and also the Navajo Nation Code of Regulation, Title I, and others within the code. That's the reason why, the way I understood it, just by my layman's term, teaching of my grandpa, it's out of order. I don't know how it was approved, but it's really out of order. Because within the homesite lease, it says all people live in a circle. We don't live in a circle. So, and then also, it deprives of people's kinship and helping one another. Because within that 1 acre, you're the only person to be in there. And also deprive people of their lifestyle. Maybe the one that they just have in the corral to feed, to eat, or to pray with. So then that's how these on it's their emotional, spiritual, and physical growth. So even now, concept of need. That's how it was written. So there's no, I don't think anything in there that isn't the neck at you. So even now, I'm pushing that forward. And then another one is DK Yahaki ani home site list or grazing permit or land use permit. With peacemaking and also the tribe regards to probating. Ani ko shinali hazid. Senior Grazing Committee, when I was on there, we used to push only ladies to be on the grazing permit or the land use permit, not men, because as I understood, men don't really own anything. We're just helpers. We're just there to have respect for the family that we're married into. So, and then, like we said, more younger generation, they start reading the book and the paperwork there, black and white, and they said, Dean, this is yours, Mom. You got nothing to do with your siblings. It doesn't say anything, doesn't have their name on there. But I know a family there in Chinle that are over 90, some even 100. They are still carrying a paper that has one name on it, a lady's name. And the lady, still respect what was said back then. Even though the grandkids now are saying, it's in your name, give it to us. They don't have anything to say with it, your brothers and sisters. Even though they try to tell her that, she said, no, it's the land, it comes with the land and the teaching for you, all your family. All the family, all my siblings. So that was how it was understood, but they didn't know at the time what was in black and white on those permits or leases. That they were just given to them, but thinking that by coming back from the treaty, from the whale day, that land is given back to them where they're using, and that was what it is, the paper, where their families are, where their clans are. But as we got more educated, got more smarter, I reckon, and then now we have a fight. And we were told once in Twin Arrows, all the chapter official conference, that one day or someday, or how you're going to do it, but you had to change something. Because there were a lot of complaints coming in. It's just piling up. People against each other. Brothers and sisters, mothers and kids, grandma, everybody is fighting over the land. So, that's another proposal I sent to the Oversight Office of Legislative Service with regards to conservation plan. It's a conservation plan is also a Western concept. That's the only way now you can get a grazing permit. So now that's what they're pushing our people with on the Navajo Nation. So then the Fish and Wildlife steps in there. So that's where all the permits are now. They're not being forward, approved or probated, because they say they have their last that too, which are never tallied, I guess. But it's in there. So even now, so this is a fight, permit and lease versus the treaty. It really is. I don't think it's a lot. It was allowed to be allowed on the Navajo Nation because it only gives authority to one person, ownership. So if we do that, most of the Navajos, maybe 95%, won't even have anything to do with the Navajo Nation, because only a few has grazing permits and land use permits by percentage. So that was my question to the grazing committee. When I was leaving, one day you had to decide which way you're going to go, Western or go back to the Navajo way of life and give the land back to the people by clanship. Like I told you, where I live, that's where Kia'ani is. My grandpa was a Kia'ani. So now most of it is Chanchikina. So now if you go over the hill from Chinle going south, that's Turitini land. About maybe 10 miles across. My knowledge cheetah and all liters that's Turitini. Strip right there. So that's how I used to recognize. When we used to go somewhere and they'll tell you, but no, the AK is the start. So they used to recognize land by clan, and there's always a head person in those area. Those are the people that people talk to each other to plan for the future across the land, infrastructure, etc. So those are some of the issues. One, being state, okay, there's a case. I don't know. It's never been a law, but it's a case law, which we always don't look at case laws to make laws. Is one that's there are two in Chinle and three of these in Western Shipyard Agency area. One is regards to home site. That a man brought a woman back to his grandma, to grandma clan, and that's where the fight starts, because the woman starts owning that clan land. But in court, she went back to her own clan area. To her clan. So that was a case law, I think now, at layman's term. One also regards to land use, home site. The same thing. The person that grew up there was off the reservation for all his years, graduated and went to work and finished his job, retired, came back to where he grew up. It went all the way to Indian hearings and appeals in Washington. I don't know how many judges are there, but they all decided by his indigenous indigenous land. I don't know. Nado ahon to shirahon yaho. I love it. The nanal sostate sosan yahon is not. That permits land use and home site. So and also another one is the Mary Jo Ellis case station there right now. By layman's term, the way I understand that land dispute was that the grazing committee were told they're not judges and they're not lawyers, etc. We have nothing to do with it. But they have something to do with it, with the enforcing the grazing regulation, which in that Mary Jo Ellis case, it only cited half of a paragraph of one section, not finishing the other half, which it says by the grazing committee should make a decision by the Navajo Nation grazing regulation. By called a cracker, Merjo else Casey because the sentence was never finished, only half of it or a fourth of it was used by a lawyer. I wish I was a lawyer then, but it would have been really easily appealed it. So that's so old Albans is the case of God. The Army peacemaking, the Army not now. We have a tough fight to go because we have to really go towards the school and the social service and the police department, etc. Because the abuse. I don't have not yet bad skis. Because Chinabans and it are a bit of Hoyo, a bit on start chasing up. They will have all these years, so what's just in the hot in a baby in Dutch town. So you in that. So even national because we had when I was a grazing committee back in the 80s, I think it was the 90s, we went to a dispute. We scheduled a dispute, and the family got there, and all these young folks they are there, and we was, and the old people, the two men, they were really cheating each other. Yo, next to that chain day down. She crashed it. Sit on his kid. I tell you about Saholo. What's the dispute on? And then he said, Joe, I need on the whole one. The other one said, well, we approved to each other. That's yours. I gave it to you. So what's the problem? In Navajo. So the grazing companies at that time they were older, and they went with that. Okay, it's the way cutting off I down, cut washing, none of canals of the car or they cut off it on me. So we left. We were leaving when the young man, the young woman came up and said, asked us where the documents are. So that's where we are now. So the Western concept is our younger generation. The older one is our peacemaking. Also, thank you for giving me the time, and I would really like to stress more on it. But if the peacemaking has issues within their bylaws, I would like to request to run with it. And also, I would like to really know need it by see what are the regulation reports should be different kind of land on the Navajo Nation, like allotment and partition, etc. Definition. I would really that's what I like to really. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So, for your comments, your suggestions, your recommendations. I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to Mr. Atakai. I haven't turned the floor back over to you yet. Perhaps you can share some insight into the conversation and then also the recommendations that have come through regarding this conversation. And Mr. Atakai, I just want to say and Spago for bringing this to our attention. We have heard about what is happening out there, but it's always more I guess it's always a stronger statement when we have the people come forward to talk about what they are experiencing. So what you talked about this morning really has opened up the gate for this conversation to happen. So Mr. Atakai, I'm going to go ahead and recognize you at this time.
Madam Chair.
Delegate Yazzie, is that you?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the committee, I just want to tell you, Madam Chair, I'm going to go on another call that was scheduled, so I'll be going offline here, okay?
Thank you for letting us know, Delegate Yazzie.
Okay.
Mr. Atakai, the floor is yours.
Madam Chair, you see here, and thank you for allowing me to speak here. it is complicated and compelling discussion. Many things have come up of what I have, put on the table. There's a maternal order of how our Diné people depends on successions of inheritance. I understand that. Shinandai aro so ya holna. Aya ni what ego. The way that we are treated by the United States government. Ebi nati kat aho agi aho nikligi ya holna. Aho nikligi di kucha. So that I see the night that he gone with Asia. This is the United States government. According to here, that he gone. Akwende eto hojo tihiat eta. And the net people really need a sound and reliable successions of inheritance. They actually not a lot, man's kids. Although, like I said, it's a complicated discussion, and I've tried my best to put this on the table in a way that everybody would understand it. Oh, you know, what's on Harlan? There's a lot of other things that I have here to offer. What we are talking about here, it has a lot of responsibilities that the BIA and the government need to answer us. Is how they say, I mentioned the mission statement. I mentioned the trust responsibilities. And we need to let them hear that. And those tools that they have, they're obligated to help us in the things that we have problem with. Shinantai aro soyi hatsi. Dojo ho nisane. Lehe chan hatsi de. Hotabji ikane. Joe hotel digat sedet aro Miss Henderson. Juno Yahol Nati. Ego Jen Hidna, Bacadicha, and Hidina Dagipe, Benasi Katone. Akunde, Kucha, Eugene Soshan, and I not know. The Western type of law is dictated by the young people. The peacemaking is for the older generation. Not I, Akondati isn't travel. And they on the radio, online, KGA, KDO, KTNN. The net that seal. The question he not doing his Nahanati Lia. A late ego, we're going to resurrect it done. A cocoti could you peacemaking in ego. In Sago. So that you see the neck as a bizarre, can I get that tea, get that tea? Joe Edo Archer Buffalo. A Archer the Nebazabi who they shall although the Nebe in na. Be who they shall Dunzano. A Archer, you seem bit skaggle. Be who they shall and so by Saskatchewan and die. A cocoa. Dikodo isen sago, neck as a door of the gun catcher. Yet the hat see how you not any. Though Nareda in his kagi. Joe ARJAD, the Navajo traditional branch. You see, Bansidas do Kenson. The A Ketasha Dishne. The formation of the fundamental law was there long before the formation of the United States government. I have a lady that I've been talking with for probably 6, 7 years of the same subject that we're discussing here. And what the things that the BIA should be doing is, and they are obligated to do, is education and outreach of how their system works. And their system is always where it's not accommodating the Ardenette people. There is a lady by the name of Sally Willett. She is from Oklahoma. And she used to be in Washington, D.C. as a judge. And she retired. And she had adjudicated Indian trusts and restricted estates that we were talking about for over 2 decades. And I talked with her yesterday concerning that I will be on this, I will be talking on this committee. And she is very interested from the standpoint of the Indian Trust and restricted estates. Like I said, that she had adjudicated those estates. Very familiar with it. And she knows all about the laws of the 25 CFRs. And she is very familiar in the Indian law. And we talked about this yesterday. And she couldn't make it to this meeting, even though I invited her because of the fact that her health is more important than what we were going to talk about here. However, she put together some information that I think is very important for your law and order to hear, Shanantai, Madam Chair. Ahonati, that I am available without charge as a sounding board to those who seek to create a reasonable and fair home site residential leases to come up with a very reliable possessions of inheritance based on the traditional of the Indian people and also the United States government law. I think this will be important to kind of clear up some of the muddy water that we have confronted here. And it was a very meaningful discussion. And it was in order. And I enjoyed the discussion, Shanantai, Madam Chair. Although Keda doesn't dagi out of so. Although Law and Order Committee members. You see, Shadole. Madam Chair.
Mr. Adakai, thank you for sharing those words and then also your concerns. And like I said, I think that you really certainly have opened our eyes to an issue that's happening here on our nation. If you could send us some information on the woman from Oklahoma, I think that would be great for us to have, with moving forward with the changes that need to happen. So with that, I'm also going to, at this time, recognize BIA and then going back to Ms. Henderson. So Mr. Mahoja, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I don't think that we have any more to add to this discussion today, not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mahoja. Ms. Henderson?
Thank you for the time that you've given us and bringing to the forefront this issue. Mr. Adakai, around the LOC committee, Nakahens and Nskago, Ahen, Hidini, Dolela, Ashia, Kotadolil.
All right, thank you, Ms. Henderson. Committee members, delegates who are currently on the line, are there any other questions or comments regarding the issue that you'd like to make? Delegate Elmer Begay, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for giving me the time again. Other the members of the Law and Order Committee, other BIA, also the peacemaking courts, Mr. Adikai. Thanks for your presentation and then your response. I think I still have a question regarding the probate issue. Once you file it, there's a lot that I know that to my constituents saying that they filed it within Navajo Nation, the courts, or not giving this a priority to start the hearings on these probate. I'm not sure, but I didn't hear the response directly when the schedule or the plans on this issue. Thank you.
Delegate Begay. So who was your question to, Delegate Begay?
I think regarding, I would say that the administrator of judicial issues, Steve at City. Thank you.
Delegate Begay. Mr. Stephen at City, can you address the issues and the concerns brought forth by Delegate Elmer Begay?
Can you hear me? Hello, Yate?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Well, at this point, the judicial branch has been operating under administrative orders that highlight essential services operations. And in that regard, the caseload or the cases that are required by statute and that are emergency cases are listed in our administrative order. I believe it's Administrative Order 14-2020. And, you know, we're at a point now where that administrative order is almost a year and a half old now, and we are looking at doing more to reopen our courts, and we understand that there's a lot of additional cases that need to be addressed. So we will be looking at expanding these essential cases, the listing, as we go through our reopening process. I do know that in the Eastern Agency, our Crown Point Court is looking at getting further along in the reopening process. We also have the Kayenta Court, which is looking to go from their current status to being able to do more. We do have our own judicial branch reopening process, and we take very seriously our responsibility to protect our staff and to do our part to protect the communities that we work in. So, you know, we have the ability to coordinate with the Health Command Operations Center, Dr. Jim, and all the fine people on that team. We participate in their meetings. We track the conditions of the pandemic across all of the health service units, and we are establishing our coordination with the health service centers directly, so that we can go through this process of reopening with the most accurate and most up-to-date data on the pandemic front. And so all I can report at this point is that, you know, we have a very deliberate reopening process, and we are looking forward to getting all of our courts in a position to be able to do more and eventually get back to having the in-person services that more and more of our people are raising as their need. Right now, our court buildings are still closed to the public, and we do many of our services telephonically. And in some cases, we can discuss these matters in person with folks that come to the court buildings. Usually those meetings are handled outside of the court building. It doesn't allow for a lot of in-person services, but I know that the peacemaking program does a lot of in-person services in normal conditions, and that the pandemic and the building closures hampers. It doesn't support the peacemaking program's preferred manner of working with clients and working with the community when they come calling. All I can assure you is that the peacemaking programs in every court district are going to be consulted with whenever we're going to be moving from one phase of operation to a more flexible and more heightened level of essential services. So those conversations are going to be, and those decisions are going to be made district by district. The judges, along with the court administrator and the probation, parole services management team, along with the peacemaking program, they'll all be making these decisions to reopen in a coordinated fashion. So I do understand that the peacemaking program is being asked to do a lot more of these services, and they share office space within many of our facilities. So we're going to be looking to do this in a coordinated fashion. So there's only a few offices where the peacemaking program is occupying only one building, and so those buildings will only involve the peacemaking program. But for most of our facilities, all of the programs and the courts will work in concert with each other to move further down our reopening process. Madam Chair?
Thank you for that explanation, Mr. Adsity. And I think that, again, we are on the right track here. Delegate Elmer Begay, was he able to answer your question, or do you have any follow-up?
As far as I know right now, I'll be right there. So thank you for that, Chanel.
Thank you. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time? Not hearing anything. We do have this issue concerning probate. Before I call for the vote, since Mr. Adekai, again, was the person who brought this to our attention, Mr. Adekai, once we call for the vote, this report is going to be closed out with follow-up based on our questions and our comments. Is there anything that you would like to add before I call for the vote, Mr. Adekai?
Those here based on dollar. You think Chicago here based on dollar. General Hilda Wilner. And thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Adekai, and again, thank you very much for bringing this to our attention. It sounds like there's a lot of changes that have to be made, and we'll certainly be working with peacemaking to try to address this issue. So with that, committee members, since there are no other questions or comments, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward to the vote. This report, there was a motion made by Delegate Edmund Yazzie, second by Delegate Eugene So. The report has been provided to us by Mr. Adekai with input provided by Bureau of Indian Affairs, Mr. Mahoja, as well as peacemaking, Ms. Elaine Henderson. So with that, committee members, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to the roll call vote. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll
Madam
call
Chair,
vote,
one question, Bishop.
I'm sorry. Delegate Eugene So, you have the floor.
So I also saw a few years back, I'm not going to put a name on a person, but I heard that, I'm going to ask this question to the DOJ. I heard that within the Navajo Nation Code, there is no quiet title regards to probate. Probate. Because but a lot of lawyers are using quiet title because I just thought it was good because quiet title would mean if I'm from Chinle and try to get a grazing permit in Shipwreck, after 5 years, it would be a dispute. And a crack about such a case of it's in the only Z, but I just want to know if it is the quiet title is on there. Thank you.
Delegate Eugene. So was that a question or was that a comment that you were making? And if it was a question, who did you want to direct that question to?
DOJ. Thank you.
I don't know if we have DOJ on the line. Department of Justice, are you on the line? Department of Justice, is there anybody on the line from DOJ? Last and final call, Department of Justice, are you on the call? I think what we need to do is we need to write out that question so we can send that to DOJ and have them answer it in writing.
Thank you.
Oh, Ishaha. So with that, committee members, I will ask one more time, are there any other questions or comments regarding this issue that a delegate would like to raise? Not hearing anything, we're going to go ahead and proceed to the roll call vote. Cheryl, can you assist us with the roll call vote to accept this report?
Okay, Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Vote is yes.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair, Charles Newton, you have 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting, which is including Honorable Madam Chair, Charles Newton not voting, Honorable Vince James not voting, and Honorable Edmund Yazzie not voting, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Can the record reflect at this time that Delegate Edmund Yazzie did inform us that he had to get off the call to take another meeting call, so he is excused. Delegate Vince James did text. He is currently at a funeral, so he asked to be excused for a short time. He'll be getting back on the line later, so if we could have them excused at this time, that would be for it to be reflected on the record. So with that, committee members, the report has been accepted. Mr. Atakai, the Law and Order Committee appreciates you bringing this issue forward, and we'll try working to try to address the matter. As Delegate Eugene So has stated, he is working to fix the laws regarding the land, home site lease, and then also, I guess, other lands. But we're also going to wait for BIA and Land Department to share information regarding the various statuses of land. Working with peacemaking and also BIA, we'll try to figure out which lands the Navajo Nation can make decisions for, and then which lands have to be referred to BIA. In the meantime, we know that we also have added to our list, Nikita, if you could keep track or if you could take notes in that Law and Order Committee has to look at the Code of Federal Regulations to see where we can make changes to the CF, and that's going to require us to advocate at the federal level. So if you could just keep track of that as I guess, as an action item that we will have to take on when we go to Washington, D.C. Ms. Kirk, if you can keep that in your record. So with that, the report has been accepted. Mr. Mahoja, Ms. Elaine Henderson, Mr. Adekai, the Law and Order Committee does appreciate your report. We appreciate you taking part in the conversation. You are excused at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Are you
Great.
there?
So with that,
Madam Chair? This is Patrick.
Yes, Mr. Adekai, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much for dedicating almost 3 hours of your time in this. I think it is a very important discussion. And like I said, that our Indian people need a sound and reliable successions of inheritance. And it is complicated, but I think that the more it is complicated, we know we could do something about it. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adekai. Again, you did bring this out, so we do appreciate that. So with that, committee members, we're going to go ahead and proceed to the next item on the agenda, and it's we're still under item 5, receiving reports. We are now at B as in boy. We have a report from Walton Yazzie, the chapter manager for Chinle chapter, regarding continuous break-ins and vandalism of the Chinle solid waste station. Mr. Walton Yazzie, are you on the call?
Yes, I am, Madam Chair.
Okay, Mr. Yazzie, we appreciate you being here. I will just go over the rules with you one more time and the way that reports are heard here at the committee level. Mr. Yazzie, you will have 15 minutes to present your information to this committee. If you need an additional 5 minutes, you can request those additional 5 minutes. And if there are no objections from any of the committee members, we can go ahead and grant you the additional 5 minutes, which will give you 20 minutes in total. When you are done with your presentation, if you could let the committee members know that you are done with your presentation, at that time, I'll turn the floor back over to the committee members if they have any questions, any comments, or any recommendations that they would like to make. Then it goes back and forth at that point. And so what I would like to ask Mr. Yazzie is that you be recognized to speak. And I'm going to ask everyone who is listening in on the call to make sure your phone is on mute. It is very disruptive when somebody's giving a presentation or when they're asking questions or even when they're talking to hear conversations or to hear background sound. So if we can make sure all of our phones are on mute during this time. Mr. Yazzie, do you have any questions regarding the process and the procedure for presenting your information to this committee?
No, ma'am.
Thank you for that, Mr. Yazzie. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and ask at this time, can I get a motion and a second to hear the report that will be provided here to us by Mr. Yazzie?
Vice Chair, on motion.
We have a motion by Honorable Otto So. Can I get a second?
Delegate James.
Delegate Vince James seconds the motion. So with that, Mr. Yazzie, you have 15 minutes to present your information to the committee at this time. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and also with the Law and Order Committee members. Thank you for inviting me to do a little report for the Chinle chapter community and the Chinle chapter. Yat Eshe Walton Yad in Shadow Henegan in Shnodo Eshe Beshes Shadow Twitch Dash Shadow Twitch in Dash Null. Good afternoon all. I wanted to do a little report here to the Law and Order Committee about numerous break-ins that have been happening in our, not only the Chinle chapter facilities, but also other facilities in the Chinle community. We've been having a lot of break-ins here. Our transit station got broken into 5 times. It started, first broken was for February 8th. I'm not sure why they break into our facilities, but there is a lot of concerns about other people dumping their trash. They might have letters or any documents that they were trying to get rid of into our transit station. But numerous of times, people digging our trash, we upgraded our fence. We upgraded everything possible so they won't crawl in. But I'm not sure how they do it. But lately, they brought out a sledgehammer and bust up the concrete to crawl underneath it. So every time we try to upgrade it higher and higher, so the vandalism will stop. But recently, this coming year, like I said, we got broken into 5 times. They literally just cut the outside of our our siding just to crawl in. But there's nothing in this facility except the trash. But I'm not sure why they keep breaking into it. We have called it in every single time to the local Chinle police station here. But I understand that they're short of staff. It's hard to get police reports from them due because of, as being under the nation, we still have to report and give the police reports. Keep it on file, also what happened, what got stolen, why we're using funds to replace the doors or replace the window, replace the drywall, anything of accountability. We have to have a police report. And also all the vandalism that is going on is not over our threshold of 1,500. So we really can't enter it through our insurance because we're still haven't met our deductible. So the chapter ends up paying for the damages because it doesn't exceed over the amount that the deductible is supposed to be. So our first break-in was on February 8th. Then our second one was on March 30th. And then another one on July 30th. And then another one on August 27th. And then the last one was on September 3rd. Every single break-in, I believe it's probably the same person. They come in and they try to cut out the windows. The last break-in, they try to cut out the whole door. We just want to see if the local police can, assist us. And I know it's right off the 191. It's right after north of Bashas. It's right off the side of the main road. There's lighting, there's cameras, there's stuff that's all set up there. But through the camera system, we can barely see the person's face. It doesn't give us the clear face, so they really can't pursue. So we're trying to do a better way of securing the areas. So we're from here to Chinle community, and also here in our complex, there's been a lot of break-ins in our complex. Not the Chinle chapter alone, but just here, the election office got broken into, the ASC office gets broken into, the Head Start got broken into, the DNA office and the WIC office all got broken into on that same the same month of February and the same month and also in March and August. So we're kind of thinking it might be the same person that's doing it because it's always on the same day. All of us get broken in on the same day, same time. We're not sure who's doing it. But the local here at the Apache County, where Patrick Sandoval, they have a clear picture of the person who done it, and they also have their cell phone. He asked us to see if we could assist and help, and that's why we're doing a report here. We turned it in to the police station here at the Chinle office, but they're not pursuing the person. We don't know why they don't want to pursue the person, or we're trying to press charges, but nothing's going forward. So Patrick County want to use the sheriffs instead of the Navajo Nation police because nothing's being done. So we want to see what we can do or how we can pursue if we something that happens here at our community side. If an entity has a clear picture of the person, has their cell phone, has a text saying that they're vandalizing the Chinle Chapter transit station. Also, they broke into the Apache County. There's a group of people on that text on his phone that states what time they're going to meet and what time they're going to do it. So all that was turned into the police station here, but Patrick Sandoval and I have not heard no response from the local Chinle here. So on this note on our report, we just want to see if there's a way of getting everything secured or a little drive around on our entities that are here in the Chinle community. Like I said, it's not only the Chinle chapter, it's everywhere in the Chinle communities are getting broken into. Our businesses are being broken into too. So we don't know why the crime went up pretty high here. We don't used to get no break-ins, but since this year, it's been getting bad. I'm not sure if the police officers do their regular checks around the Chinle. So we just want to make sure that you guys were aware of it. If there was a way of doing it or a way of maybe that we need to do an agreement with the police station or anything in that nature. That's about it on my report. And thank you again for the Law and Order Committee.
Thank you for that, Mr. Yazzie. So does that complete your presentation at this time?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for that. So with that, committee members, are there any questions or any comments or perhaps any recommendations that can be made at this time to Mr. Yazzie and the issue that the Chinle chapter is facing?
Madam Chair,
Honorable Eugene So, the floor is yours.
I would make a directive or I need an answer from Delmore and Francisco. Can I make some kind of directive regards to this issue that concerns my Chinle agency area? Even I need an answer from the police department in Francisco and Delmar. We need answer to that's my motion.
I see Delegate Eugene So are you asking for a directive from the Law and Order Committee? Is that what you're asking for?
Oh, we need an answer. That's what I want from the Delmore and Francisco, why they're not responding to this urgent need. Even I need an answer. That's my directive.
Oh, okay. So the directive, we can go ahead and vote on the directive at the end of this report. I believe that's how it's done. So I'll go ahead and put down that we need to vote on a directive at the end of the report, after we vote on the report. Then you can motion at that time to do a directive.
Oh,
thank you for that. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time for Mr. Yazzie?
Madam Chair?
Honorable Otto So, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Allowing me time. Yes, Mr. Yazzie making the report from Chinle chapters and your concern. I know that just by listening to the report, you talk about the reporting mechanism that the chapter has made. Then you talked about trying to get a police report from the local police station, and What I would like to request is that after we accept this report, that we ask that the Chinle Police Department make a report to the committee pertaining to this matter of why isn't it that they're not moving on this, or whatever it is, you know. And then there's other things such as the prosecutor's office. You know, I don't know if the police officers have finished a report and send it forward to the prosecutors to look into. I go, oh, what's up? And it's good to hear the concerns, but I would like to see maybe to have the Chinle PD on the next Law and Order Committee meeting to provide a report on this. And this is going on in Chinle, it's definitely going on in other agencies. Oh, what up? We're just hearing one side, and I guess if we could hear the just request that maybe Chinle PD make a response to the committee next week on the next Law and Order Committee meeting. That way we have an answer from them. That's my recommendation. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene, so I know that you asked for a directive, that you wanted an answer on what was going on, why PD wasn't responding. Perhaps instead of doing directive, maybe we can go ahead and invite them to the next Law and Order Committee for next week, and we can get some answers at that point. Is that something that you would rather do instead of the directive, Honorable Eugene? So
That's just support of a director that we can direct the main man, Delmar and Francisco, to get those guys to report to us. That would be better instead of just asking them. I would like to have a directive. Something that's going on like this it's uncalled for. Madam Chair, thank you.
okay, thank you. I just wanted to get that clarification. Okay, so with that, committee members, there have been 2 recommendations that have been brought forward. So what we will do, Lorraine, if you could go ahead and schedule Mr. Walton Yazzie and the Chinle issues on October 4th, along with Department of Public Safety, Jesse Delmar, and could you please ask him to have police, either Chief Francisco or the captain in that area present during the meeting so that we could try to address this issue. And then what we'll do is, committee members, what I would rather do is let's go ahead and maybe, this is just a suggestion, maybe what we can do is we can table this report to October 4th Law and Order Committee meeting. October 4th will be a special Law and Order Committee meeting because we're not meeting on October 18th. October 18th is the first day of fall session. So we're having a special Law and Order Committee on October 4th. So if we table this report, we can bring it back on the 4th with Department of Public Safety present during the report. Otherwise, we have to ask our questions again. And then we also, would have to, I guess, reiterate to Mr. Delmar what has been said today. So committee members, how would you like to proceed forward with this report?
Madam Chair?
Vice Chair Ottoso, the floor is yours.
Yes, I would like to go ahead and move forward to table this report. That way we can get the other parties at the table. And that way we can get to the bottom of what's really going on. And that way, we have an answer pertaining to this matter. Thank you very much. Motion to table.
Madam Chair, it's second, say.
Okay, so we have a motion to table the report to October 4th, second by Honorable Eugene So. Mr. Yazzie, I hope you understand what is happening today. What the Law and Order Committee wants to do is based on the information that you provided here to us today. We don't want to waste your time and say that, we can address the issue, by doing A, B, and C. Instead, what we would like to do is we would like Department of Public Safety on the line with the captain or with the chief of police, so that they can hear the concerns that are coming out of Chinle, and we can try to address the issue that way. So what we're doing right now is we're going to table your report, which means we're going to ask you to come back on October 4th and share with us again what you talked about today, so that Department of Public Safety can hear what is happening and have answers as to why these issues are happening, Mr. Yazzie. So I just want to make that clear to you, Mr. Walton Yazzie. That's what we are planning to do. At that time, I would also like to ask that your elected officials also be present during that time if they can be. We would like to hear from them. Honorable Eugene So does a great job talking about your community and what is needed. And I hope that you guys are working with him, because it's very important that chapters work with their delegates because of issues like this that have to be addressed. So Honorable Eugene So thankfully has pushed to try to get you guys heard, and we're giving you the opportunity to be heard. So with that, we do have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no other questions or comments regarding the tabling motion, we can go ahead and proceed forward to a roll call vote. Committee members, are there any questions or any comments regarding the tabling motion? Not hearing anything, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote? And this is a roll call vote to table the legislation, or I'm sorry, to table the report till October 4th.
Okay, Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Madam Chair, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting, which is including Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton not voting, and Honorable Edmund Yazzie excused, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting, with Edmund Yazzie excused and the chair not voting, this report is hereby tabled. Mr. Walton Yazzie, we will invite you to the next Law and Order Committee on October 4th at 10:00 a.m. To hear the report again. Thank you, Mr. Walton Yazzie. We appreciate you being on the Law and Order Committee call. At this time, the Law and Order Committee does excuse you.
Okay, now.
So with that, committee members, we are now on to the next item on our agenda. We do have item 6, which is old business. We have a report from Larry Chief, Fire Chief, Navajo Nation Fire Rescue Services on the fire department's agreement across the Navajo Nation. So with that, we do need a motion to remove this report from the table to hear the report today. I do believe that there was also a request to get some of the questions that were asked on the record to have them answered. I don't know if we do have that email sent out to us. So committee members, what is the will of the committee? We need a motion to remove this report from the table.
Enter your participant.
Madam Chair.
Delegate Vice Chair Otto So, go ahead.
Thank you. I guess I'll motion to untable this report. Thank you.
Motion has been made to remove the report from the table and bring it back to Law and Order Committee. Can I get a second?
This is Delegate James. Do we have the reports
written provided to us before I make the second motion?
Thank you for asking that question, Honorable Vince James. Before a second is provided, Mr. Larry Chi, are you on the call?
Good afternoon. This is John Williams. I'm the fire captain. Presenting on behalf of Fire Chief Larry Chi. He's currently absent.
Thank you so much, Captain. Have you sent out the report that has been requested by Law and Order Committee?
Madam Chair, that is negative. I was only asked to be presenting on behalf of Larry Chi. I have no knowledge to send out any report. Is there anything that I could help you with?
Madam Chair,
Committee members, yes, Vice Chair Otto.
I'm going to withdraw my motion since the fire chief is not on the line. He could at least inform the committee and through his chain of command. So I'm going to withdraw my motion. Thank you.
So with that, committee members, the motion to remove the report from the table and bring back to Law and Order Committee has been withdrawn by Delegate Vice Chair Otto. Committee members, there is the opportunity to make a motion. The fire chief, Mr. Larry Chi, is not in attendance today, but we do have his captain who is ready to answer questions. Honorable Vince James, it sounds like to answer your question, the report has not been sent yet.
Motion to defer the item as tabled to our next LLC meetings.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair. I don't think we need another motion. What we can do is we'll just go ahead and add this item to the next item on the agenda. Captain, thank you for being on the line. I believe that the committee members do want to hear directly from the fire chief, Mr. Larry Chi. And if we could also get the report that was requested by the committee prior to his reporting. Lorraine, can we go ahead and add this item onto the agenda for October 4th? And make sure that, Lorraine, if you could reach out to Division Director Jesse Delmar to ask that Mr. Larry Chi be present during that time for committee members, and then also that the report be sent out prior to the report being called at the Law and Order Committee on Monday. So again, Captain, thank you for your time. It sounds like we're not going to get a motion in a second on removing this report from the table, so we're going to go ahead and move down. Is that correct, committee members? I just want to make it clear.
Correct with me. This is Delegate James.
Delegate Otto,
That's
so
okay
Delegate
with me.
Eugene.
That's okay with me.
Okay. Okay. So with that, again, Captain, thank you so much for your time, but we would prefer to have the fire chief, Mr. Chi, on the line. So with that, committee members, we're going to go ahead and move down to the next item on the agenda for Law and Order Committee. We are now down to item number 7, new business. We have before us legislation number 0190-21. The sponsor is Honorable Seth Damon. Speaker Damon, are you on the line? Again, committee members, item number 7A, legislation number 0190-21, sponsored by the Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Speaker Damon, are you on the line? Last and final call for item 7A, legislation number 0190-21, sponsored by the Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Speaker Damon, are you on the line? Not hearing anything, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward to item 7B as in boy, legislation number 0184-21. We have this legislation sponsor, the Honorable Amber Canesbaugh-Crotty. Delegate Crotty, are you on the line?
Yes, Madam Chair, I am on the line. Thank you.
Committee members, we do have the sponsor on the line for legislation number 0184-21. Lorraine, can we go ahead and read legislation number 0184-21 into the record, please?
Yes, Madam Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee. Tracking number 0184-21, an action relating to the Health, Education, Human Services, Law and Order, and Navajo committees and the Nomination Council, approving the nomination, the action plan. This has gone through Health, Education Committee, and it was passed at HES, and it was referred to Law and Order. And it'll move forward to Navajo and Nomination Council. So Exhibit A is the nomination, the net action plan. Following that, Exhibit A2 is, or A1 is a letter dated July 27th, and it was signed by Jonathan Nance, President, Meyer Lizer, Vice President, Nomination, Seth Damon, 24th Nomination Council, Joanne Jane, Chief Justice, Nomination Judicial Branch. A2 is also another letter dated April 10, 2018, and attaches the table of contents. One is the net action plan, executive summary. Two is Navajo culture context, slaying of the monsters, and three, the net planning model. Four is the net action plan, which includes Nahata case thinking, Nahata planning, being non-life, so that's an evaluation, and then so forth. It's the document, the net action plan, the executive summary. Following that is it has gone through the 5-day comment process, and there are no comments received. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you for that, Lorraine. So with that, legislation number 0184-21 has been read into the record. Can I get a motion and a second for this legislation?
Motion by Vice Chair.
Motion made by Honorable Vice Chair Otto. So can I get a second? Second call. Can I get a second? Last and final call for a second. Not hearing anything. Delegate Crotty, my understanding is that Law and Order Committee does not have final approval on this legislation. There was not a second, but your legislation number 0184-21 does proceed forward to Navajo Committee because there was a motion made on the legislation, which means action was taken. So we appreciate you being here. Your legislation does proceed forward.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate being on the call and the very interesting conversation regarding the land report, trust, and probate. I appreciate working with the committee, and just for the record there, for the Net Action Plan Advisory Group, there is a Law and Order Committee member that will, or designee that will be assigned. Thank you, Madam Chair, and we'll move on to the next committee.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty, for being on the call and for listening in and for being patient with us. We do appreciate that. So with that, committee members, we are now at the item 8 on the agenda, close of the meeting. Before I do ask for a motion to adjourn, I'd like to ask, are there any announcements at this time? Delegate Eugene, so before we move to adjourn, I do believe that you did ask for a directive to Police Department regarding an answer for the Chinle chapter. Do you want to make that motion for a directive now, or do you want to wait until next week when we hear the report from Mr. Walton Yazzie and the response from Police Department?
I believe I need to make it now, so that will be part of the request to the Police Department. Thank you. Motion.
There's a motion for a directive, and Delegate Eugene, so can we go ahead and can you explain to us the directive again? Delegate Eugene, so can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Delegate Eugene, so can you restate the directive that you want? You're making the motion for a directive, but can you restate what that directive is?
Direct Mr. Delmore and Chief and the captain there in Chinley, I think her name is Kim, to respond to the chapter's request and why they're not responding. That's my motion. I don't want to wait any longer for all these complaints that's coming in. Thank you.
Delegate Eugene, so when you say to respond to the chapter's request, what is the chapter requesting? We have to be very specific in this directive, Delegate Eugene, so.
Sure. The conversation has met all table deal, Yaji, Mr. Walton, Yazin, Zenoyan, case and on his has so a quaggy, gigi, a quishy, what your whole Yaji, Elabahones, that's what I want to know. Lebanado, though never caught a cheetah. A quaggy, that's what I want to know in that area where the chapter made that call for their response to help out ADG. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Just for clarification, staff, Troy, are you the one who writes the directive, or is that Lorraine that writes the directive?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question. It would be at the legislative advisor's responsibility to write that directive to the division.
Thank you for that. Lorraine, did you write down what the directive is that the Honorable Eugene So has mentioned?
Yes, Madam Chair and members of the LOC. Yes, Mr. So's directive was to Mr. Dalmore, Mr. Francisco, and the captain, I believe it's Kim Yazi, to respond to chapter's requests, and they made numerous calls, and those calls weren't responded to date. Thank you.
Committee members, there you have the motion that is made by Honorable Eugene So. He's requesting that a directive be sent to Director Delmar, Chief of Police Francisco, and Captain Yazzie in response to the information that was shared to us today by Mr. Walton Yazzie. Can I get a second for this directive? Troy, perhaps you can help me with this. Does a directive require a motion and a vote, or is it just a request from a delegate?
Madam Chair, that would be a request from the delegate.
So we don't need to vote on it?
I believe there's not a vote required at this time, as it's just coming directly from the delegate and directing through the legislative advisor the parameters of what their directive is.
Thank you so much for that clarification. Yes. Vice Chair, go ahead.
I differ with Ledge Council. Committee, at Navajo Committee, a motion is made and a second is made and a vote is taken on directives. And Navajo Committee is a standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council, so it requires a motion and a second and a vote. If we could get another view for that status would be appropriate, because it requires precedent has been set by the standing committee. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Honorable Vice Chair Otto. So do we have Dana on the line?
Yes, Madam Chair, I am on the line, and if this directive is being issued on behalf of the committee, then a motion and a second is required. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Dana. So with that, committee members, there is a motion made by Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So, are you asking for this directive to come on behalf of Law and Order Committee, or are you asking that this directive come directly from you?
Chukuro Nahati said that Law and Order Committee had that he question to answer and those listening for my chapter. If not second, I would go by my individually. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Eugene, so can I recommend that we hold off on this directive and wait until next week? Because if your chapter is having these issues and we find out that there's other chapters that are having the same issues, the Law and Order Committee can make a directive at that point that PD addresses the issues happening with the chapters and their break-ins. And then, you know, it would require us to have to hear the report first from Mr. Walton Yazzie and then the response from Public Safety. Ish Abigashaja.
Corona's or Shabigata, I would go with your recommendation because the reason why the Shabigata is because it's been going on for a long time. We need some answers in the and yes, I see tons of it could only kid John could end. I'll just go with your recommendation. Thank you.
Shaja, Honorable Eugene, so we can go ahead and we can move forward with the directive, but I think that it's really kind of a general directive. But if you want to keep that motion, we can go ahead and we can vote on that as well.
I like to keep the motion. It's more. It has we have the authority with the oversight of the police department. Thank you.
Okay, with that, there's been a motion for a directive from Honorable Eugene So to Division Director Delmar, Chief Francisco, Captain Yazzie, regarding the response to the chapter's request. Lorraine Spencer did read that directive into the record. So with that, committee members, can I get a second? Committee members, this is a second call. I need a second for the motion for a directive.
Madam Chair?
Honorable Vice Chair Otto So.
I'm gonna make a second. I don't agree with the with this thing, but I'll make a second just so that the language could be crafted and give Mr. Eugene, Honorable Eugene So, some time. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we do have a motion and a second established. We'll go ahead and, are there any questions or comments at this time regarding the directive? Not hearing anything, we're going to go ahead and proceed to a roll call vote. Sherelle. Oh.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair Otto So. Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, I just make the second so that I know that you give a chance for Mr. Honorable Eugene So to get the directive out. But my deal with this is that we barely heard the report, and now, as we alluded to table the matter, we haven't solved the issue. So if we haven't solved the issue, why are we issuing a directive? So we still need to hear public safety's reasoning. So after that, that's where the directives come in, because that creates a path to try to fix things. But at this time, like I said, I move forward to do the second for Honorable Eugene So, but I won't be supporting the directive on the main vote. Thank you.
So with that, committee members, comments have been made regarding the directive. If there's no other questions or comments, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to the vote. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please? Oh, I'm sorry, Honorable Eugene So, the floor is yours.
I'd like to ask a question to Dana. What we're saying is that the report was tabled, so it's no longer any good. Is that a question? To me, that as always, we have issues within our community with our constituents, and that's what we bring forth to the whoever we're oversighting, or we had to go into another oversight with these issues without any directive. And if it needs to be, we will make a directive. But if this motion fails, I would like to make an individual directive, if that's possible. Dana, thank you.
Thank you for the question. As far as the status of the tabled report, that means that the report is not complete. It's still pending. It will be added on to, is the best way I could explain it, added on to when it's called up from the table. As far as if this directive does not pass, then yes, we can do a personal directive from you. I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So,
I'll make a directive if it fails. Thank you.
So with that, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to the vote. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please? Sherelle, are you there?
Oh, yes, Madam Chair, I'm here. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Green, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Otto So votes green.
Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting, which is including Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton not voting, Honorable Edmund Yazzie excused, and Honorable Vince James not voting, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with that, the directive does pass. Honorable Eugene So, or actually, I'm sorry, Lorraine, if you can get that directive out and ready for my signature by tomorrow, I would appreciate it so we can get that out to Department of Public Safety. So with that, committee members, are there any other announcements that need to be made at this time?
Madam Chair, this is Speaker Damon.
Oh, Speaker Damon, yes. Go ahead, Speaker.
I know I came late, and I'm sorry, just on another call. But if the committee is willing, I would really like to see if you could hear legislation 0190-21. But I am at the pleasure of the committee, though.
Speaker, at this time, as chair, I'll go ahead and call that legislation again because I have no motion to adjourn has been made. I believe the committee members are still on the line. So with that, committee members, we do have Honorable Speaker Damon, who is on the line. His legislation is legislation number 0190-21. Are there any objections to calling this legislation back at Law and Order Committee?
I object. This delegate, so no, I'm just teasing. Let him have it.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So with that, since I hear no objections, Lorraine, can you go ahead and read legislation number 0190-21 into the record?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee. Tracking number 0190-21, an act relating to law and order, budget, finance, and Navajo committees and the nomination council, approving supplemental funding from the unreserved, undesignated fund balance in the amount of $1,244,915 for the Navajo Judicial Branch and $600,000 to the Navajo Election Administration to address fiscal year 2022 unmet needs, waiving 12 NNC subsection 820 E, F, and J. Attached are the exhibits. Exhibit A is the Administrative Director of the Judicial Branch has issued a memorandum dated July 28, 2021. Exhibit B is the supplemental funding proposal budget forms and related documents, including Appendix K, supplemental funding proposal summary for the Judicial Branch. And Exhibit C is the Office of the Controller issued a memorandum dated August 20th, 2021 to satisfy the requirements in the 12 NNC section 820L. And then going to Exhibit D is the Office of Management and Budget issued a memorandum dated August 2021 to satisfy the requirements in 12 NNC section 820M. And then going to E is the Office of the Speaker issued two memoranda dated July 29, 2021. Attached as Exhibit E is seeking supplemental funding in the amount of $600,000 out of the unreserved, undesignated fund balance to address the election administration's unmet needs, to provide continued election services and the facilitation of the upcoming fiscal year 2022 elections. And then going to Exhibit F is the supplemental funding proposal budget forms and related documents, including Appendix K, supplemental funding proposal summary for the election administration are attached. And then going to Exhibit G is the Office of Controller issued a memorandum dated August 2021 to satisfy the requirements in Title 12 NNC Section 820L. And then going to H, the last exhibit is the Office of Management and Budget issued a memorandum dated August 2021 to satisfy the requirements in 12 NNC Section 820M. And those are all attached and has gone through the 5-day comment process, and there are no comments received. Madam Chair, thank you.
With that, committee members, we have legislation number 0190-21 read into the record. Can I get a motion and a second for this legislation?
Motion by Vice Chair. Motion by Vice Chair.
We got your motion, Vice Chair. Thank you. Can I get a second?
Oh.
Second by Honorable Eugene So. Committee members, as we have done with this committee before, this legislation was sent to us already for our review. This committee can ask questions and that opportunity is available. If so, we will give Speaker Damon 20 minutes to present his legislation. If this committee has no questions regarding the legislation number, we can proceed forward to the vote. I will ask the committee, are there any questions regarding legislation number 0190-21? Not hearing anything, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward to the vote on legislation number 0190-21. Sherelle, can you assist us with roll call vote, please?
Okay, Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Oh.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Jan votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting, which is including Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton not voting and Honorable Edmund Yazzie excused, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. Thank you, Speaker, for coming back. Legislation number 0190 does proceed forward to Budget and Finance. We appreciate your time, Speaker Damon, and we look forward to seeing your legislation at Nabik Iasket.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and to the committee members of the Law and Order Committee. Yeah.
So with that, committee members, we are back to announcements. Just very quickly, committee members, as you know, the committee does meet per the code, per the law. We meet the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Mondays of every month. However, the 3rd Monday is the first day of fall council for October. So that meeting is going to take place on October 4th, which is a special Law and Order Committee meeting. So just to be clear, we have Law and Order Committee meeting at 10 o'clock on October 4th, October 11th, and October 25th. And if you have any agenda items, please send them to Lorraine and myself, and then we can get them organized on the agenda. So with that, committee members, and then we also got a just now a calendar invite from the Speaker's office to talk about the veterans issue at 3 o'clock. So just FYI, you may want to look at your calendar for that. Are there any other announcements from committee members at this time? Not hearing anything. Can I get a motion and a second to adjourn?
Motion by Vice Chair to adjourn.
Casey.
Motion to adjourn made by Honorable Otto So, second by Honorable Eugene So. Are there any questions or comments before we adjourn, committee members? Not hearing anything, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward to the roll call vote. Sherelle, I did get a text message from Honorable Vince James who said that he votes green to adjourn. I'm just letting you know ahead of time. So with that, committee members, we're going to proceed forward to the roll call vote. Sherelle?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Vince James votes green per via text. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Okay, oh, yeah.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton not voting, and Honorable Edmund Yazzie absent, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with that, committee members, it is 2:14. We are hereby adjourned till our next Law and Order Committee meeting, which is going to be on October 4th. You guys be safe out there, and we'll talk to you all on October 4th. Have a good day.